hang out with you. Now you go present to you. You are presenting to everyone like, ठीक है? अब देखो बहुत इसमें ये जाना पड़ेगा हमारे को
यहाँ पे
YouTube पे जाना पड़ेगा।
तो यहाँ से जाते हैं YouTube।
हाँ कैसे जाओ?
क्या है अपना ये
अपना ही है।
हाँ ये
यहाँ पे बस वो काट दो, गो टू मैनीकैम।
बट ये अभी लाइव है तो
मैनीकैम करो, मैनीकैम पे ठीक है, एंटर साउंड ये कर दो
ये
बस ठीक है। इवन इफ यू आर गोइंग ऑन हियर डजंट मैटर, टेस्ट इट। बस आप चले जाओ YouTube पे, YouTube पे जाना है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
ओके
और उसको चेक करना कर ले, बाद में मेरी कोई रिस्पांसिबिलिटी नहीं।
ये स्क्रीन में कुछ नहीं आएगा ना अभी? स्क्रीन में मैं जो ओपन करूंगा वो नहीं आएगा ना अभी लाइव?
ऐसा है ना, कोई और चेक लो।
नहीं वो अभी चेस बेस को मुझे ये करना है ना।
हाँ तो उसमें कुछ नहीं आएगा, वो मैनीकैम में करो आप, कोई करना। यहाँ जो करते हैं वो मैनीकैम करना है, वो सेपरेट है।
ओके
ऑडियो भी जा रहा है। ट्राई ऑन अनदर, बहुत सारा इनको एम्बेड दे दो, इसको एम्बेड मतलब YouTube में।
क्या करूं?
YouTube, go to YouTube, share.
So right now it is, this is what we are going to broadcast it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
यहाँ से शेयर करो। One watching, you are watching. Share. Yeah, this one. This you copy and send it to someone.
You're on GTalk right now.
Huh?
You are on GTalk, Google. Have you signed it? Your Gmail account.
I can sign it. No, here is YouTube.
Yeah, I got that. I just wanted to copy that.
है जी? अभी देखते हैं। अभी हम तक आप तो यही सब मैं तो कहता था इसको यहाँ भी तो चिपका दे ताकि इनको
नाम क्या है?
अभी नहीं
वर्ल्ड जूनियर चेस चैंपियनशिप यहाँ पे है ना ऑलरेडी।
हाँ
ठीक है ना, सर्च इट ऑन YouTube मिल जाएगा।
इसको ना ये नहीं घुसाएगा और अभी यहाँ तक हिले ना वहाँ ये अब इसमें जरा यहाँ जाओ।
हाँ
नहीं नहीं ये इसको वो मत कर, वो तो वापस जाओ इसमें।
ठीक है,
या गो टू दिस वन, सी द कैमरा, द अपर वन,
ये वाला
हाँ
लॉग स्टेट
आ गया, ठीक है, ओके।
आगे लॉग स्टेट
हाँ
इसमें क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? इसका निकाला हुआ इसका
वो नहीं वहां से ऑन नहीं है, वहां से
एक मिनट यहाँ से क्यों निकला?
ऑन नहीं है।
ऑन है तो कर लिया होगा।
तूने कौन सा कैमरा लगाया वहां पर यार? इसमें आगे तो कुछ और आ रहा है तो, और देखना नहीं क्या आ रहा है ये क्या किया है तूने? ये
बोर्ड है ना।
वहाँ बोर्ड है?
हाँ
कौन सा बोर्ड है?
फर्स्ट बोर्ड
तो फर्स्ट बोर्ड पे ठीक से तो आ नहीं रहा वो।
आएगा जब ये दिखेगा
अच्छा बहुत ऐसे कट करना फर्स्ट बोर्ड को, 01 इसको थोड़ा ऊपर, इसको बोर्ड को आगे कर
बोर्ड
दे।
के पास लेके जाओ।
मैं आता हूँ यार, तुम इसको और तुम अपना करते हो,
हाँ।
अब अपना कर लो। अच्छा, if you are making that one,
हाँ
है ना, then go to a single shot
okay.
in money can, and you start doing it.
No, I'm not doing right now. I have to
Okay,
activate
okay,
it.
okay. Now anybody can see by typing what is doing at chess.
Yes.
Recording possible.
Yes.
We are on here.
सब चल रहा है.
We have gone on here.
Okay.
Now let's see what happens here. मैं अभी कहता हूँ यहाँ पहले देख लो ना.
क्या?
वो ये अपना ये बनाना है ना पत्थर में अपना यहाँ YouTube पर कर देता हूँ ना.
खाना खा गया है फिर.
हाँ जाओ. जल्दी जाओ.
जाने तो 3 बजे से.
Hi.
We will start at 2:40. They will start at 2:30, so you will be inside covering the games with the tripod. Tripod रखना आप साथ में. और ये तो खोलने जाता नहीं बड़े जूनियर चैंपियनशिप
नीचे आएगा.
नीचे का
मतलब फर्स्ट में नहीं आएगा.
ये मेरे हैं वही आ रहे हैं
2014.
लाइव ना 2 बार लाइव आ रहा है. What's it is live on YouTube.
इधर ही दिखेगा.
इधर इनका इन्होंने यहाँ से उठा के बाहर ले लिया था साला सिस्टम. मेरा यही बैठ जाएगा इससे. HDMI बाहर कहाँ से दिया? केबल ये यहाँ से लेके बाहर चला गया.
तो यहाँ पे
पहले इसमें लगी हुई थी वो यहाँ से हटा दी.
क्यों? किसने हटा?
पता नहीं कोई आया था तो केबल डाल दिया.
लेकिन यहाँ का क्यों बंद कर दिया?
I have no idea.
तो आपने रोका नहीं उसे?
मैं अपने कामों में बिजी था. किसको रोको यहाँ पे?
इसमें देख कौन रहा है?
हाँ ये आ गया. फर्स्ट क्लास आ रहा है.
हो गया?
ये लाइव जा रहा है ना.
टीवी बंद हो.
अभी हो गया?
नहीं देखा YouTube कर लो ना.
ये दूसरा है.
इकडे असलं सब इधर ही ये कंप्यूटर में.
साहिलला हात मारणार.
ये यहाँ से शुरू कैसे होगा ये?
हमने तो यहाँ से कुछ नहीं करना.
ये कुछ लगाना है.
नहीं नहीं
इसको
कौन सा कॉर्ड है उसको?
टीवी चालू आहे
तो पण ते आहे ना तो काय म्हणला ब्लू आहे ना ब्लू आहे आणि दुसरीकडे ब्लू आहे
आपल्याला करायचं का मला?
आहे ना
मोहितचं म्हणायचं का?
ब्लू आहे ना
मी अभिषेकला सांगितलं, अभिषेकला फक्त
दुसरीकडे
विचारलं.
इथं व्हीआयपी रूम तर याच्यासाठी आहे
पण याच्या पदावर पाहिजे ना
याच्यावरती तर हेच दाखवणार आहे ना
पण ते इथे येणारच नाही
कसं केलं होतं याच्यावरती दिसत तर होतं आधी
तेव्हा तिकडं दिसत नसेल दिसत होतं दोन्हीकडे पण इथं का दिसत? इथं का टीव्ही केस पण हो
There's no input on it right now, right?
Yeah, there is input, no input, but it is connected. This is connected with this computer so that we see what is going on.
No, why is it not starting?
It was connected sometime ago.
This wire is different, right?
No,
No, this wire is this is the different wire.
हाँ
उन्होंने वो हमें वायर नहीं दी ना, उन्होंने वहाँ लगा दी नहीं।
हाँ लगा दीजिए तो इसको चालू कैसे था अभी सीधे हाँ, अलग देंगे
ये वायर लगी तो हुई है ना इसकी तो, ये नहीं। ये
HDMI.
लगी हुई है ना,
HDMI.
HDMI लगी हुई है। इलेक्ट्रिकल की ना नहीं, वो तो बोलना। मैं
Did you have a look?
ये
वही मैं देख रहा हूँ आ नहीं रहा
Is it?
मैं साहिल बोला ना पड़ता तो ये
Very well.
ये करो।
हाँ इसको करो लाइव, तुमने आप बंद कर दिया था आपने?
मैंने कुछ भी नहीं
करो
करा।
करो, तभी वहाँ से उड़ गया वो। अब दबा
It is recording.
लाइव। अब इसके अंदर में कुछ दे दो ना, ये जो है नहीं जो इफेक्ट्स वाला जो है, कौन सा इफेक्ट्स है ऊपर वाला, ये नीचे वाला तो इसको तो क्लियर कर दो, यहाँ से क्लियर कर दो, क्लियर इसके अंदर आप डाल दो, ये इसके अंदर
ये वाला
नहीं नहीं ये जो है ये, हाँ इसमें दबाओ, यहाँ पे लेयर 2 में डालो कैमरा, ये नीचे वाला, नीचे वाला। अब उसको आप दोगे तो वहाँ इसको कट करो, नहीं कट करना है बहुत सीधा, आपने तो वो हटा ही दिया वो सारा। चलो खोलो उसको, इसको इसको दबाओ, ये क्या हुआ भाई?
फिर से लगाया होगा।
अब आया ये, इसको दबाओ आप, दबाओ, हाँ इसमें जाओ, नहीं इसमें मीडिया 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 लो, ये मीडिया खोलो, ये ले लो, अब उसके अंदर जो है ऊपर करो, ऊपर ऊपर, हाँ यहाँ जाओ ऊपर, हाँ ये ले लो कैमरा, अंदर ऊपर वाला USB ऊपर वाला कैमरा वो आ गया उसमें, दूसरा लो, दूसरा सेकंड वन, देख दिस वन, नहीं ये मत लो, यहीं से लो, यहाँ से नीचे इसमें आ जाओ HD वाले में, ठीक है ना, या बस उसके अंदर डालना है, उसके अंदर।
अच्छा हो, ठीक है।
इसके अंदर डालो आप
ये?
हाँ
ये डाल दो।
डाल दो डाल दो। हमने जो है ना इसमें से वो निकाल दिया ना, ये है ना, इसके अंदर पहले जाना है आपको मीडिया में, मीडिया से ये लेना है, ठीक है, ये ले लिया आपने, यहाँ से चला गया यहाँ पर। अब ये जो है ना यहाँ पर ये ये ट्रांसमिशन वाला नहीं, ये जो है दूसरा है, इसको यूँ करेंगे, ये USB केबल जो है, USB डिवाइस जानी है लेयर 1 में, ये करके USB डिवाइस ले लो यहाँ पर,
नहीं ये नॉट
हाँ?
सेलेक्टेड।
लेयर आ ही नहीं रहा है।
आना चाहिए ना लेयर तो,
नहीं लेयर
लाइव होने से ही लेयर आएगा ना, उधर जाएगा, उधर आएगा लेयर आपको,
किसमें
इसमें आएगा, जो भी लाइव है उधर ही लेयर आएगा।
कैन वी स्टॉप दिस राइट नाउ?
हाँ इसको
वही लेयर इसमें नहीं,
layer has to come on.
I think you have to transfer.
We are live on this one, you know.
Yeah, transfer करो, अभी देखो है।
अब तो आया हुआ है सारा, इसको चेंज करना है बस, उसके इसी में लेयर 2 पे जाओ ना,
विजय जी वही लेयर
लेयर 2,
कैन वी जस्ट क्लोज एंड रीस्टार्ट?
I'll just close and restart
हाँ,
it.
okay.
वही layer is not coming.
इसमें से हो क्या?
नहीं, लेयर इसलिए नहीं आ रहा, वाई लेयर इज नॉट कमिंग। जैसे ये है ना, इसको ले लिया आपने, अब इसका वो तो करो आप, इमेज करके देन यू पुट इट दिस टू एंड यू मेक इट, क्योंकि आपने हटा दिया था ना वहां से, ये गड़बड़ हो गई नहीं वो, इसको यहाँ लेके, तो इसको जो है लाइव नहीं लेना, लाइव इसको ले लो आप, यहाँ करो आप, ये ना, इसके अंदर ये जो लगा है,
पहले यहाँ just करेंगे.
ओके। ओके,
So I think one of those. I could two mouses. Eight.
मैं करता हूँ।
इसको छोटा करके जरा वहां वो कर दो।
So somewhere we are on 11 volts. This 1999 at least. How will you do it? You want some test? So let it
नीचे तक, नीचे जाओ आप, बिल्कुल नीचे, इसको नीचे ले लो, बिल्कुल नीचे तक, वहां पे ऊपर सामने नीचे करो, और इसको नीचे कर लो।
हाँ ले रहा हूँ एक।
अब इसमें चेंज करो वहां पर, अब इसमें लेयर में चेंज करो, लेयर 1 में डाल दो आप अंदर का
USB
यूएसबी
या HP
एचडी,
ये HP True Vision ना?
हाँ, ये तो आप आ गए इसमें,
नहीं इसमें ये नहीं चाहिए।
तो दूसरा डालो, 1 में डालो, फिर 1 में यूएसबी, ये आ गया, 2 में डालो, 2 में डाल दो,
Sorry.
अब यहाँ से लाइव करो इसको, अब जरा उसमें जाओ आप,
हाँ
वही जो है इसमें
YouTube
में देखो आ रहा है, आ रहा है, ठीक है, मैं आ गया ना
ये
इसमें,
लेकिन ठीक से नहीं आ रहा है।
हाँ?
ये जो है ना,
अभी तो ये तो यहाँ आएगा ना, इसमें करवा,
अरे
YouTube में जाओ ना, तो
विजय
उल्टा
जी
है।
उल्टा आ रहा है
हाँ,
विजय
तो
जी.
ऐसा YouTube में आएगा,
एक मिनट।
There's another micro.
विजय जी
ये आ गया, ये आ गया ना,
पर ये अपन ठीक से नहीं आ रहा
हाँ ठीक करना, वो तो यहाँ पे कुर्सियाँ ऐसे ही,
है। नहीं, ये आपका ये दिख रहा है ना नीचे,
क्या,
अंदर होगा ना, अंदर होगा।
कौन सा कट रहा है?
ये हमारा इतना ही आ रहा है, ये पूरा आना
हाँ,
चाहिए।
तो उसको वहाँ से पूरा करना पड़ेगा, वैसे भी नहीं है, आपने पूरा नहीं किया ना वहाँ पे, इसको नीचे तक लो ना, ये इसको नीचे तक खींचो, और करो नीचे, और नीचे, और ऊपर उसको बड़ा करो, पिक्चर को बड़ा ही करो ना, ये ऐसे,
नहीं पिक्चर इतनी रह रही है।
बढ़ जाएगी बस,
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है।
बढ़ जाएगी, अब इसको यूं करके ना बड़ी कर लो, यूं नीचे करो आप इसको, ऐसे करो, और करो ऐसे, अब उधर से यूं छोटा कर दो,
ठीक है।
आपकी आवाज, इसको म्यूट कर दो, म्यूट कर दो, म्यूट कर दो,
म्यूट कहाँ से? माइक कब ऑफ करना है ना?
म्यूट म्यूट देखो कहाँ से होता है वो, इसको कम कर दो,
रिकॉर्डिंग
नहीं इसमें यहाँ पे कहीं लिखा हुआ है म्यूट, उसमें वो जो था,
कौन सा?
क्या कहते हैं अपना, गूगल में, गूगल में जाओ ना, यहाँ से गूगल के थ्रू आ रहा है ना ये सारा, इसीलिए वो माइक
Here is there a new? वो आगे से लेकर हम
बहुत लोग, मैं इसको करता हूँ,
This is not
पूरा कर देता
No. Mistake has happened.
That is what we are trying to do. But the problem is that in this we have to formulate this in our or we can keep it blank.
अब इसको जो है ना, ये जो है छोटा है, इसको मुझे बड़ा करना पड़ेगा। वो मैं कल कर दूंगा, रात को बैठ के जो बड़ा कर दूंगा। नीचे बस अच्छा, एक काम करो बॉस, अपना इसका ऑडियो ऑफ करना पड़ेगा हमारे को। हाँ तो 15 सेकंड का डिले है ना। हमें बॉस तुम्हारा ऑन है या हमारा ऑन है? ये ऑडियो
नहीं, तो अपना आवाज है।
तो अपना ऑफ कर दो ना, ऑडियो का ऑडियो, अपना ऑडियो ऑफ कर दो ना।
पर लोगों को तो सुनाई देगा ना।
हाँ वो तो है, फिलहाल तो अपना तो ऑफ करो, म्यूट कर दो बस, ठीक है ना। इसमें क्या, ये जो आपने बनाया है ना बॉस, उसको ब्लैंक कर दो जरा वहां पे। हाँ, ये जो मेरा बना हुआ है, मेरी फोटो हटा दो वहां से, ब्लैंक कर दो। और इसको बॉस थोड़ा सा और बड़ा कर सकते हो, थोड़ा सा यूं, इसको यूं है ना, यूं करना, एनलार्ज करना है। और वो फोटो हमारे निकाल दो बॉस, ये जो फोटो है, ये जो फोटो है ना, इनको ब्लैंक कर दो, ब्लैक वो कर दो। मैनी कैम काय के लिए नहीं, मैनी कैम आप डाउनलोड करेंगे तो हम में से एक को निकालना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज इट इज अलाउड ओनली फॉर 2 पीपल। तो है, वैसे आप मैनी कैम डाउनलोड कर लो फ्री वाला। हम पे 2 है ना,
ये सब सुनाई दे रहा है अभी अपन जो भी बात कर।
इसको थोड़ा बाहर निकाल दो ना कैमरे को, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आ जाए तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है, मतलब समझे नहीं। इसको थोड़ा नीचे कर दो, ऊपर वो है कट रहा है। भाई मेरी फोटो निकाल दो बस यहाँ से। वो ये जो फोटो बनी हुई है ना, ये दोनों निकाल दो आप, ब्लैंक कर दो इसको। अब ये गूगल है ना, इसमें यहाँ पे है म्यूट करने का, देखो यहाँ म्यूट करने का लिखा हुआ है कहीं पर, उसको
This one, only commentators.
Welcome to the World Juniors Chess Championship 2014. We are extremely happy to welcome viewers from all over the world to this prestigious championship. Before everything, we'll introduce ourselves. I'm International Master Saravanan, and with me is International Master Sagar Shah.
Yeah.
Sagar, welcome.
Thank you, Sarvanan, and it's a pleasure to commentate on such a huge tournament and 53rd World Junior, which is taking place in Pune. And I would like to welcome all the guests all over the world who are watching the live transmission over here. So, Sarvanan, we can just tell them what exactly are we going to do here.
This is going to be a live show every day. We have big ideas, we have ambitious plans. We are going to bring in guests throughout the day. There are prominent players visiting this tournament. For example, there is Erwin Lamy, who has been a second of the Dutch players.
Yes.
We have Abhijit Kunte, Grandmaster. We are going to have guests in Grandmasters and International Masters who are going to visit the tournament hall. One is that. Second is we also going to have the biggest names of Indian chess connecting through Skype and assist us with commentary throughout this event. So that's the plan. And now, Sagar, I think you should be telling us more about the tournament and the history.
Well, the World Junior Tournament started, I think this is the 53rd edition of the World Juniors. So there have been 52 World Juniors that have happened before this, and this one is the 4th time that, I think this is the 5th time it's happening in India. Earlier there were 2 times in Kochi, once in Goa and once in Chennai. And this is the 5th time that a World Junior is happening in India. And this is, I guess, one of the strongest World Juniors taking place. And there are, I think, around 5 players who are about 2600 over here. And so I think in the open section, and we have a very strong women's players also playing, like Alexandra Goryachkina, who won in 2013. She's also playing here. So I guess this is a really strong tournament, and we'll have great fun commenting on the games.
And to put it in perspective, the World Junior, most of the World Junior champions of the past have become the top players of the world.
Yes.
In the later years. And to put it even more perfectly, we had 4 World Junior champions who went on to become world champions.
Yes.
Starting with the great, Spassky, Garry Kasparov, Vishy Anand, and Anatoly Karpov, 4 of them.
Yes.
So in perspective, it's a historical championship with great names, grand performances behind it. We are excited to host it in Pune. We are excited that we'll be watching this tournament, and we are extremely happy that we'll be bringing you live. We are right now waiting for the live games to start.
Yes.
Sagar, also you can tell us about the players in this tournament so far, the strength of the tournament and all that.
Yes, I think the top seed, Vladimir Fedoseev, who is playing in the open section, is a really very strong player, and he has a rating of 2677, which is, I guess, he's one of the one in top 100 players of the world. And he has increased a lot of rating in the past 1 year, nearly 100 points. And he is, I guess, one of the favorites to win the tournament. After that, there is Robin van Kampen, who is again from Netherlands and who is very strong. I would say that he is the best junior from Netherlands after Anish Giri. I mean, Anish Giri no longer plays in such tournaments, so you can say he's one of the best from there. And then we have the Chinese phenomenon, Wei Yi. I think his moves will speak for himself. One of the strongest contenders and really an attacking player in the 2013 World Cup. He beat Shirov and Nepomniachtchi in the first 2 rounds. So he's really a dangerous guy. And then the Indian hope, the fourth seed, and the one whom all the Indians are cheering for, Vidit Gujarati, 2-6, 3-5, really talented. I would say have seen him up close, and I think Vidit is just recently won the Lake Sevan tournament, and he played wonderfully. So I would say, though he's the fourth seed, he also is a real favorite to win here. And so you can just see the top four players are really strong.
I have certain, I wouldn't say favorites, but let us say that they are dark horses in this tournament.
Mhm.
Of course, from the Indian point of view, we have Arvind Chidambaram and Murali Karthikeyan, two of the biggest talents in the country right now.
Yes.
Both of them are on the verge of becoming grandmasters. So these are two guys to watch out here. And personally, I have a soft corner for Nihal Sarin,
Yes.
this 8-year-old boy from Kerala who has just won the World Under-10 Championship just a week before this tournament. So I would be personally watching them. Call it prejudice, call it interest, but I would be watching them personally. What about you, Sagar?
No, I just would like to add for Murli Karthikeyan. He is currently 2499 and he has 3 GM norms. So if he wins this game today, India will be having the latest grandmaster.
That's a news.
Yeah.
You heard it from all of us so far.
So I just spoke with him yesterday and I came to know he was so calm, and I said, so you're going to be a GM tomorrow? And he was like, yes, of course. There was no doubt in his mind that he was going to be a GM. So I think we would be having him here sooner or later in one of the after one of the rounds.
So, people, we are starting with the scoop news today. India is producing its next grandmaster today. Hopefully, most probably,
Yes.
the country is producing the next grandmaster today. That's great news.
Yes. It's wonderful.
And let us go through the pairings, probably a little random.
Yeah, I think we have Vidit's game which has started. So maybe we can just have a look at that game if you don't mind.
Yeah, and Vidit Gujarati too.
He's playing against Ritwis Parab, who is a player from Goa, a state in India, and who was in the 1900-2000 zone till recently, but now he's suddenly nearing 2200. So we have we can just see what I think Vidit is playing with the black pieces today, and it'll be nice to have a look at what has happened in the game.
Yeah, so we have the live window too
Yes.
with you. And before we proceed to the games, we should also be thanking the sponsors of this tournament. We have Life Insurance Corporation of India, the biggest, gigantic mahout of a company. Yesterday, the chairman of Life Insurance Corporation of India was the chief guest of the opening ceremony, and there are a lot of dropped jaws when he told that the customer base of LIC is 30 crores. That's 300 million, which in the whole world, only 4 countries have more than that as a population.
Yes.
So we are extremely happy that such a is the principal sponsor for this tournament, the title sponsors, and we also have Oil and Natural Gases Corporation.
Yes.
And before everything, the tournament is being extremely well supported by the Maharashtra state government.
Mhm.
In fact, the support, the sponsorship of the state has been the main reason that the tournament is happening at all.
Yes.
So now I would probably leave it for you to the games now.
Yeah.
So the game started as a Sicilian Bishop b5.
Okay. I think it was
Started as a Grand Prix.
Grand Prix attack. Yeah. And I think these Grand Prix attacks are is an opening in which the white player is usually well prepared, and the black player usually is, he tries to play it over the board. But considering that Vidit has the black pieces here, you can be assured that he has come well prepared to the game. So can we just try to put in the moves and show it to our viewers as to what exactly we are talking about?
Sure. So
Yeah.
this
Okay,
is
so
how the game developed.
I think
E4,
E4,
C5,
C5,
knight C3, knight C6,
and
F4.
F4.
Yeah, that's the Grand Prix.
And with it goes for the main line, right? With G6. And I think it's pretty normal. Knight F3, Bishop G7, and Bishop B5. And I think at one point in my life, once I have played E4 3 times in my life, and once when I played with a GM Tejas Bakre, I played this line exactly with white, and after ND4, uh, I think he castled, right?
Yeah.
And the point here is that this bishop is not really so important. I mean, if black just takes this knight b5 and say you push him back with knight c3, white's plan is usually very simple. He's just going to go d3, nothing special, goes queen e1, puts his queen on h4, and if black is very naive and castles kingside, I think white will just launch a very ferocious attack with f5.
If black is naive, but almost no one is naive these days.
Yes. So that won't be happening. But okay. So he played a6 and bishop d3. Mm. So uh, yes, I think in this position, bishop d3 and d6 was played, and after this, I guess Ritwis took the knight into d4, and cd4, knight e2, and knight f6. Okay, so this is, I think, one of the very important positions in this opening, because black has given up the d4 pawn, and I mean giving up the d4 pawn, but knight takes d4 is met with knight takes e4. Uh, okay, I would just like to for a minute welcome another speaker here. We have WGM Swati Ghate, who has just joined us. And Swati, what do you think about Vidit's position after knight in this position, knight e2?
Well, this is a typical opening question. And okay.
I think you are a very good Sicilian player, so uh, you must have faced something like Grand Prix attack many times in your life.
Yeah, of course I have faced. But this is also a typical position where black should be beware of this king side attack. And okay, center is also very good. Like white can control center with the c3 and opening up then bishop c2 and d4.
Mhm.
And black can also control with the black square. So maybe okay. This question is not so challenging for the black.
Okay. Yeah, so if black is careful, he should
Yeah.
get a very good position.
Yeah. Yes.
So here Ritwis continued with c3,
Mhm.
and with it took the pawn bc,
Yeah.
and which was replied by b takes c3, castles, and a4. So just yeah, talking in general terms, can you just explain to our viewers what are the advantages for each side in this position? What exactly is going on?
Mm, okay, the main thing is black is compact. The position is really like the bishop on g7 is guarding everything, and black doesn't have any weaknesses. Only thing is the bishop on c8, how to develop that.
Mhm.
and probably e4 he can target with b6 bishop b7, or he want to exchange with, if the knight comes he can play bishop g4 also.
Okay.
And for white, I can say that white has very good center. Also, he also doesn't have any weaknesses.
Mhm.
And then if he goes queen e1, and he can also launch attack with f5,
Okay.
or he can push, or he can go with bishop c2 d4 and e5 also at some point.
So white has a very dangerous plan here. It seems like just removing the bishop from d3
Yeah.
and playing d4
Yeah.
and e5,
Yeah.
which looks pretty scary
Yeah.
with all the center control.
Yeah.
So I think it's black to play, and maybe with it would try to stop it somehow. I don't know. Maybe with something like b6, bb7, as you pointed out,
Yeah.
or even a central break with maybe d5 at some point. But he has to be aware of e5.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a very interesting position, and I don't think that any side really is better at this current moment. So yeah. Uh, Yes, so let us just see a few more games. Maybe we can see the live broadcast, what is going on. Okay, maybe it's not really working right now. Uh, Maybe we can see some. Sorry. Yes, so Swati, tell us something about the city of Pune. You have been staying here since a long time, and the World Junior is happening here. What do you think? How is Pune as a city?
Wow. Of course, city. I love the city because I've been staying here for last some 15 years. This is called an Oxford of East, and we have it's a like educational hub basically. So you can see all the young faces, and nowadays like it's Oxford of chess also, you can say, like lot of chess activities also coming up in the city, and we are also doing lot of tournaments, organizing lot of tournaments and some camps, and okay, we are also organizing a chess league in Maharashtra Chess League. That's for last 2 years.
Mhm.
So a lot of chess activities also going on.
Yeah, so in a way, I think Pune is really developing in terms of chess really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have another game which we just found, and this is between uh, it is Benjamin Bock and Ronka Eric, right? Uh, and Benjamin, the white player, is again one of the huge talents of the of Netherlands. And I would like to just see this game from the start. Maybe we can have this game on our chess-based board. It was a Caro-Kann defense, right? Yeah, a very interesting position. So let's have a look at it. Okay, back and yes. So we have the board here, and Benjamin, who was white, started off with e4, and Ronka played c6, d4, d5, and e5.
E5, yeah. That's very common nowadays. Like people really are bored with the Karukan things. Like they don't want to draw and they are trying very hard to push. The player who used to say, like we used to say, who advances on from e4 to e5 has a good advantage because can just attack very fast.
Yes, has more space.
Yeah, has more space. That's why they have started with this, and you control a lot of squares, like because basically knight is good on f6,
Mhm.
so you're controlling that, and that's also a thing, positive
Yes.
thing.
So usually, I think NC3 was considered to be the main line, but so much theory has developed in this.
Yeah.
After d4, knight d4, bishop f5, I think players just blitz out their first 20 moves
Yeah, of
without
course.
thinking.
Yeah, you have seen the Anand Galson match
Yes,
also.
exactly. So it makes sense now. I think if you are a higher rated player,
Yeah.
and if you want to outfox your opponent to advance the pawn, So yeah, e5 was played, and here there are mainly two moves. One is I think bishop f5 as played in the game, and the other one is the very tactical pawn sacrifice c5. And so Ronka tried to play it solid with bishop f5 and knight f3 e6. Uh, Swati, we have some kind of French defense type of a position,
Yeah.
advance. But
Yeah.
then what?
Only exception is the bishop is outside, Normally bishop comes on c8,
Yes.
and then that's a defect in the game because then bishop like doesn't have a space, to move anywhere. So here bishop comes out, but that's also another disadvantage. It may become under attack with some g4,
Mhm.
like hg g4 or knight h4, and then bishop like j6. That is also a disadvantage, some type of disadvantage in this opening.
Right. So, but overall, I think black has been having pretty decent results here,
Yeah.
and white continues with bishop e2, and I think this line is known as the short variation because Nigel Short has been playing it really often with the white pieces.
Mhm.
And okay, here knight e7 was played by Ronka. C5 is also one of the main moves, but knight e7, of course, is theory. And after castles, c5 was played. And believe it or not, I think I have prepared this line with black and never really got an opportunity to try it.
Okay.
So okay, white now. I think Van Campaign, if it were a player who doesn't know much theory, I think he would play c3. But seeing that he is well developed, castled, and all, he
He
played
can.
c4. Yeah. So what do you think?
This is type of really modern opening. We used to think that before you should castle first, you just develop your pieces, don't bring out the pieces, don't open the center before you castle. And he said this is just different theory altogether.
Yes.
Like black is quite open and he's not castled. The knight is just have to remove g6, c6, or and then bishop has to come out, then castles. Or if you want to go for long castle, still knight c6, queen moves, and still he's striking with c5.
Exactly. It seems a little pointless.
Yeah.
But I think that's how modern theory is working. You go for more specifics than
Yeah.
general concepts.
Yeah.
Okay, so after c4, um, knight
Knight
bc6 was played, and I think white over here played d into c5, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and black played d4, and this pawn looks really dangerous
Yeah.
to me. It's coming to d3 and
Yeah,
going to
and
trap this bishop.
I agree.
So I think over here white has to remove the queen from here. Either queen d3 is one of the main moves, or queen a4, so that you can make space for your rook to come to d1. And it might be possible that Benjamin knows the theory, but from the time he's taking a lot of time over here, I think he might not be really. He
Well
might be.
prepared.
Yeah,
He
he
may not be
might.
well prepared for this variation.
So it seems like Ronka has sprung quite a good surprise on his, I think, 25-60 opponent
Yeah.
or so. So that's interesting. And okay, what else do we have? Maybe we can see another game, and that is between Duda Jan Christoph and an Indian player called Pranav Shetty. Yeah. I think Swati, you would be better able to explain this game. It's the Geico piano, and you being such a uh, great e4 player all your life. Let's just see the few moves. Just to let you know who the black player is.
Yeah.
He is a Polish player and Duda Jan Christoph. And when I played my World Junior in Poland in 2010, when I was 20, he was sitting besides me in one of the game, and he was so small, uh, he could hardly reach the table to make a move. And
Okay.
he was the talent could be seen back then. He was around 2000 rated, and look at him right now, almost
Yeah.
nearing 2600. So yeah, bishop c5. Yes, Sadi. let us. You can take it over from here. What was played next? C3, knight f6, and d3 was played. Do you think d4 is a possibility here, because it looks pretty normal to just attack the take the center and attack the bishop?
Yeah, there are a lot of world championships I've been playing for this whole opening, you know, Geico piano and this attack, or you can play also b4, and then here, then like white just takes,
Okay,
knight
take
just
on
takes,
d4,
yeah,
c4.
and bishop b4 check.
Okay,
So it looks like though
yeah,
black is
this looks.
underdeveloped, but yeah, but it's not so actually. Black can immediately strike with the d5 and level out
Okay, so
everything.
maybe e4 is hanging, so maybe not knight d2, but bishop
Yeah,
d2 is the
yeah.
main line.
Yeah, bishop d2 is the main line. Then bishop into d2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Knight d2.
Okay.
And then d5.
And yeah, that's the crucial move. I
Yeah.
guess if we were to ask our audience what to play, and if they made a move like d6 or
Yeah.
something, or castles, that would be like suicidal, because these two pawns are too strong. So you have to strike here, and I guess black is doing very well here.
Yeah.
Okay. So going back to the game. D3, and black played A6, bishop B3. Can you explain to us what is exactly this move, bishop B3? Why not just simply castle or knight BD2 here?
We always say that these bishops are really good than the knights.
Mm-hmm.
So here, actually this is a Geico piano Rallo plays bishop, which can attack the king side. See, this is looking at the f7 pawn, and it can come also again when you go bishop b3, c2 or d4 something. It can attack on h7 also.
Mm-hmm.
So here black is planning after some time like d6, knight a5, and black wants to exchange this bishop. So that's the idea that bishop like he is taking out bishop b3, and also at the same time, if black plays d5,
Mm-hmm.
then also white need not take ed5. You can just hold the center with supporting the e4 pawn. So that's the idea with playing bishop b3.
So you mean to say this is a prophylactic move?
Yeah. As Tiger Petrosian used to play, our world champion, previous world champion.
Yeah, just a small note to our viewers. Prophylaxis is a term which is coined by Mark Dvoretsky, the world famous author and coach. And he basically says that you must try to stop your opponent's ideas, or maybe try to preempt them and try to take actions against them. So as you said, against knight a5 and d5, bishop b3 is an excellent prophylactic move. Great. Okay, and I guess black too made a prophylactic move next, bishop a7 against d4. Okay, and white continued h3.
Yeah.
So d6 was played, and white played next, I guess, bishop g5. This looks pretty surprising to me. What exactly is white doing? Because I had heard somewhere, I'm not sure because I'm not an e4 player, that usually when black castles, you should play bishop g5 and pin the knight. Whereas if you pin it here, then black can just go h6 g5 over here. Is it true?
Yeah, that's true.
So in short, bishop g5 might not be the most accurate move here, or is it?
Yeah, I also believe so. Sometimes, like you know, they challenge with bishop e3 also, so that after the exchange, white gets the open f file, like half open f file,
Okay.
and attacking the f6 knight, or sometime like knight h4 and knight f5.
Maybe the rook comes here, and yeah, you get the play on the f5. Okay. So, but bishop g5 and h6 was played.
Yeah, it is played.
And bishop h4
and queen e7.
Queen e7. knight bd2, and I think I'm sure that black is not going to castle short here. Well,
Yeah.
I think so.
So do probably white also.
Okay.
White may also think for long castle.
Yeah, but
Point.
if here black to play, do you think g5 is a logical move here? I'm very much attracted towards playing
Yeah,
g5.
yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah, still.
Okay, so it's a good position.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think Duda is pretty safe here. Not much problems.
Mhm.
Okay, so maybe we can see some more games. What's going on? Let us try to see which game is more interesting and developed. Yeah, we have we have seen Benjamin Bok, and maybe we can see a game between Corey George. Corey George. Let me just show. I think only 2 moves have happened in that game till now.
Yeah.
But I would like to speak a few things about Corey George. So yeah, the first move in Corey George's game was, I guess, d4, and Corey is white. I just need to check what his opponent played. D4, maybe d5. Just a second. C4. C4 was played, and e6, knight f3, knight f6. Yeah, and maybe the game is sooner or later going to be going into the Queen's Gambit theory. But Corey, who is white here, is a player from Peru, and one of the brightest stars from the country, and he is past 2600 currently, and really a talented guy. I was playing in Spain a few months ago, and somehow Corey George was grinding end games like anything, and I think we can expect something like that from him in this tournament, to get equal end games and try to grind the opponents. So this is a player which we have to look out for the entire tournament. We have one more game that has developed, and it is the game between Ankit Rajpara. Swati, do you know Ankit Rajpara a little bit about him, and do you know him personally?
Actually, I don't know him personally, but I've been following his games, and he has improved drastically recently in last 2-3 years. He has made his GM norms also recently, and he's one of the brightest stars of our Indian chess coming up.
Yes. And so, yeah, he is the number 2 seeded from India after Vidit Gujrati.
Yeah.
And maybe, Swati, you can show us the game between Ankit, who is white, with Rajdeep Sarkar.
Ankit started with e4. I think normally he is a e4 and attacking player, and he's also very theoretical player. Like his theory is very, very, very perfect, near to perfect, I can say. So Rajdeep answered with e4, e5, and that's a common answer. Like typically we should say that e4 should be answered with e5, d4 should be answered with d5, and c4 should be answered with c5. That's what they used to teach the small children, that just capture the center. So he goes in the main line. This knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5.
The Rai Lopez. Yeah, we just saw a game of Geico Piano, and now it's the time of Rai Lopez. What is your favorite amongst both of them, Geico Piano or Rai Lopez from white?
Both.
You have played both?
Because I have played both successfully, that too.
Okay.
This is also very interesting thing, that the thing is that white is trying to capture this knight and attacking the pawn at the same time. And Geico Piano is, it's very small, like compared to, you just have to attack and capture the center. Here you have a lot of theory developed in the Rai Lopez. And very surprisingly, Rajdeep answered with g6.
Okay. my first question to you, I mean, I don't play these things, but doesn't this just hang upon after maybe you take back with the d pawn and yes, doesn't this just
No,
lose the pawn?
no, that's a small trick there. Yeah, just queen d4, and this pawn is all e4 pawn is also hanging because you have to move the knight. Maybe knight f6 is the best,
Okay.
and then queen at e4, and that's equalizing.
Yes,
And because maybe your slightly black is better because white has given his bishop.
yes. And open board and two bishops are too strong.
Yeah.
Okay, so taking is wrong. So what should white play here usually?
White should again try to strike in the center with c3 d4, or just play safe with castles, or you can go with the nc3 also if you wish.
So a lot of setups here.
Yeah.
Okay, and Ankit chose castles, right?
Yeah.
And bishop went to g7.
Yeah.
And c3. So as you said, Ankit is going to strike in the center with d4 now. a6.
Yeah. Bishop a4. Everything. Yeah.
Yes.
And then d6. Here basically what black tries to do is with that he just he's not developing with knight f6, so he has an option to go with knight g7.
Okay.
And then castles.
Okay, let me just make the arrows. Knight g7, castles.
And then he can try to push with f5.
Oh wow.
And then it might convert to some King's Indian type positions with the bishop on g7, knight on e7 already, and then queen moves to e8 or knight d8. If possible, after b5.
So if white is not a good player or he's not doing it well, if he goes something like d3, knight e7, knight bd2, castles, rook e1, which is like the normal plan, then I think after f5, black is already taking over the initiative.
Only thing that black has to be really slightly careful about this white square weaknesses, because as check and g5, some things may come out.
Okay, maybe I'll go h6 first and then play f5.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe Ankit has to strike in the center here.
Yeah.
So what was his next move? I think he played d4.
Yeah.
And yes, that's he has struck in the center, and after this he played, I guess, bishop d7. Okay, and we are getting in live relay from the top board, and I think we have to see it. That's Fedosiv. We are not able to get the moves currently, but we have the live video. So let us just see what's. Yeah, so let me just bring that HB, yes, and yeah, there we have it. Maybe we can have it the full screen, yes, and there we have a white player playing Fedosiv, and he's white, and we have a guest here coming, and Sarvanan will take over.
So that is the live board right now, showing game 1. We have with us in our studios a special guest, the CEO of All India Chess Federation, who is also having a primary role in FIDE now, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan. Mr. Chauhan, welcome to the World Juniors.
Thank you.
We are all very, very eager to hear from you. How you brought us the World Junior to India, to Pune?
See, initially there was a bidding, and we said we are going to do it in Delhi or Mumbai. And in fact, we decided that it will be held in Mumbai. And finally, there were some problems. And the Pune organizers, they were doing a lot of good events. Then finally, we decided, let us give it to Pune, because our prime concern in the federation and as well as Asian Chess Federation in FIDE is to have the best event, best organized event. And we had faith in Pune organizers, and I'm glad that they are doing very fine.
And what do you feel about the organization quality of the World Championship, World Junior Championship here?
It's amazing. It's really good. We have this is probably the first World Junior where we are having live streaming, and also the live broadcast is very good. Unfortunately, just few board because of one player hit the wire. It has happened, but they are going to set it right. And very soon you'll have everything, and it's amazing. The hotel. It's a 5-star hotel, very nice hotel. All players are very happy, and particularly from Federation side, we are more than happy. This is a wonderful organization and very nice.
Last year in Chennai, and just before the World Championship, India crossed France as the most number of FIDE-rated players in the world, the country with the most number of FIDE-rated players in the world. And now this World Junior. What kind of growth is the vision of the ASF, and how are you going in that growth path right now?
Sorry. See, the growth of chess in India is very good now. If you see today, there are nearly 1,500 to 2,000 players are playing in FIDE rating tournaments. We have tournament in Delhi, Chennai, Orissa, Kerala, 5 or 6 places we are having FIDE rating tournament, and that too this simultaneously with the World Junior. So we have a big number of rating tournaments. Maybe this year it will cross more than 250. We have lot of tournaments, lot of money is given as a prize money, lot of young players are joining. So overall popularity and the tournaments are happening, and a lot of money is coming, and particularly this tournament is going to be a benchmark in the Indian history of chess. After World Championship, this event, it's really great, and I'm sure this will bring a big impact to the Indian chess.
And tell us the organization of this tournament. When did you start working? What are the primary areas you focused? I mean, we are made to believe that you started liaising with the Indian government a couple of months ago, even regarding visa and all that. So, what was the overall plan, and how did it go so far?
Government of India generally there are a lot of sanctions we have to take. We have to take sports ministry sanction, because inviting any delegate or organizing any tournament, we have to take Sports Authority of India permission. Then we need to have Home Ministry permission to invite players. Because of the security reason, we need to have External Affairs Ministry clearance. It's a very lengthy process, and it takes months, and still there are certain issues. I mean, some time this thing, but in India generally the chess is running because of Government of India, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and now corporates are coming. We are thankful to the government doing the excellent work, but this process we started almost 6 months back.
6 months ago.
Yeah.
And when was the allotment from FIDE came to you? About a year ago.
Yeah, but before that we were doing what? 6 months back means we started licensing with the government, but before that we were working for finalizing the venue. We saw a few hotels in Mumbai. Then I made something 3 or 4 visits to Pune, because first we were finalizing another hotel, then another hotel. So in that process we lost a lot of time, but I think it's really good that tournament is happening. It's very nice way.
And one of the other part is the corporate houses of Life Insurance Corporation of India, led by Life Insurance Corporation of India, and then ONGC. They have come forward to support the tournament in a big way. Of course, we have a lot of other associate sponsors also. And apart from that, another curious point has been huge support of the Maharashtra government. How did all this happen? I mean, this is probably the first time that such money is coming at the same time from the private sector as well as from the government. How did that come?
Yeah, see, I'll tell you, I see personally only one reason behind this. Anand being the brand ambassador, I mean, the Maharashtra Chess Association and the organizers of this event have utilized this opportunity in a big way. They made Anand as a brand ambassador. In fact, all of us should learn this thing from the organizers, making a brand ambassador such a great player who can rope in a lot of money. I believe he went to LIC chairman for the request for sponsorship. He met chief minister of Maharashtra government, and first time Maharashtra government is giving 50 lakhs for a sporting event like this, and LIC is also giving good money. So the organizers, they have done it remarkably well by bringing Anand as a brand ambassador. That is the thing which they have innovative idea, and not only that, they are doing in various aspect also. ONGC is there, Amonora is there, Jan Irrigation, all that. It's not easy to get the corporate sponsorship for chess, but they have done a great job, I should say, by bringing such people, and which is going to help chess, Indian chess, in a big way in future.
You are a rated player yourself. You are a chess player yourself. You have played chess actively yourself. Conducting a world championship, conducting a world junior, in the long run, in the big picture, how is it going to help the growth of chess in India?
Look, I feel any tournament, not only for world championship, even a small rating tournament conducting in a city or in a place will have some impact, bringing more and more people. World championship, definitely in a bigger scale, it will attract a lot of young people to the chess, and this kind of world junior, definitely it is going to be a big thing for new kids joining.
Okay, and the popularity wise, are you happy with the coverage and the buzz that the tournament has created now?
Oh, it's really good. I see a lot of posts on Facebook, Twitter, and a lot of people are writing about this in blogs and all. I mean, really, a lot of young players from Maharashtra. I keep following it, and they write very nicely. I think, this is a new dimension which these organizers have given it to chess, because such things, blogs and all this social media, it's fantastic. I mean, this is the way how it should be done, and I'm glad that I'm able to follow all these things, and it is really nice.
And I think this is also a good time to talk about your own tournament in Delhi, which you have been conducted for how many years now?
This will be 13th year.
Yeah. 13th year. So, okay. So, obviously, it is one of the best tournaments conducted in the country every year. It's a tournament that every chess player looks forward to playing every year. Tell us about that tournament. How do you, first of all, you're the first one to have groups, different groups of federated players, so that you have 7-8 events now under the same roof. How did that come through, and how has this growth you achieved? Last year you had about 1,700 people, right, in the overall entries. How did you achieve that?
See, year before it was just 600, and then next year it was 900, and now last year we had nearly 1,700 people. Because there are two things: you have to listen to the people what they want, and you have to act accordingly. It's what I'm a chess player. I mean, I talk different people. I have spoken to many people. They wanted separate tournament for the norms, and I said, okay, let us see. Because generally separating the category, I thought it will add up a lot of finances, but when I made separate category, it is good for me because a lot of entries are coming in the different group. And this time I feel it should be 2,000. And last year I remember 1,300 players were given lodging, free lodging in Delhi. Any city, such a big number, it is a very difficult thing. And that event, actually, I'm unable to concentrate so far, but now it's a time to work on that, look for sponsors. We have announced, and that's it. And before that, we have another event, Asian Youth Chess Championship in Delhi, which is going to be a flagship event for Asia. And this Parsna tournament, I'm sure this time we'll have more numbers, and I expect it to be more stronger this year.
Okay, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan is skipping through the facts very fast, but before we move on to the next, I will again repeat: 1,300 people provided lodging in the capital city of Delhi for the entire duration of the tournaments. Before we move on to the next, I would definitely like the viewer to just think about it first. Okay, I will tell you a small inside joke here among players. At some point, you organize the Asian schools, and then you organize the Asian sub-junior, I think, and then you had this AAI Grandmaster tournament. Immediately after that, you had the Bershanath Open, and then you followed it with something else also. See, I don't even remember that. So the inside joke among chess players was that the Delhi Chess Association was having a dysentery.
Not that way, actually. I love to have organized more and more events because Delhi is totally different than Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu and Bengal, because there is this place where the World Junior is happening. There you have great chess culture, but in Delhi it's not a big chess culture. Luckily, we have good results for GMs. We have Tanya Sachdev, lot of good results, but we can only do certain things. By doing certain things, we do a lot of events to match this chess culture, but there are very less people. So my funda is very clear that we should have more and more tournaments to attract more and more people. And one thing I just wanted to share with you and share with the viewers also, that I'm very keen, and we have nearly 300 chess schools in Delhi and around Delhi. For chess in school we are working, and we are working certain government schools where there is no money, and we are providing chess sets and chess training. So near future you will have lot of chess players from Delhi.
Of course, we are going to have more from you. Before that, maybe we can just make a change out to some games also now. So what's going on? Let us just see. That's the top board. We still have some problems with the relay there. Okay, probably we'll have to wait a little longer for those thanks to come. Okay, we will not hold you long, Mr. Chauhan. So thank you very much for being with us, and it's going to be a 2-week show. So definitely we'll be pulling you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. So that's on your screens now. So which board is that? Van Kampen, yeah? VE. Okay. This is the one of the most important, the looking forward game of the day today. So that's between VE of China. Before that, I should also welcome my fellow commentator, International Master Prathamesh Mokal to the show. Prathamesh. Prathamesh is an interesting personality. To talk a little about him, not only is an international master in chess, is also a big martial arts exponent. Please tell us a little about your chess and a lot about your martial arts.
My chess career is now around 25 years old. I've been playing for since the age of 6, and it all started with the state championships, which I won in the age groups, around 7 age group state championships. And I also got always good results in the nationals, top 10. And in national under 14, I got the bronze. In national under 18, I got the silver. And eventually in the nationals, my breakthrough came in the National Challengers Championship in 2007, which I won. And I have also qualified to the National Premier Championship 6 times. Looking at the international record, I'll say that I won the bronze in the Commonwealth Junior Championship in Mumbai, and I also won the Asian Junior Championship jointly. I was a joint winner, which gave me the International Master title in 2003. And recently, I made my first Grandmaster norm in 2009. Well, that's not very recent now, but considering that I've not played much in the recent past. And I am now also involved in training, and I became a FIDE trainer in the year 2012, where I scored the highest in an exam of a FIDE trainer.
Was this a conscious choice from your part to become a trainer?
Not really. I looked at my options and I felt that I could continue chess being a trainer as well as a player. I mean, that was the secondary option for me. As an international master, you have to think professionally what is going to be your source of income. I realized that as a trainer, it would be quite good, and that is why I took it up.
Okay, and your opinion about this tournament is probably one of the biggest tournaments ever to be held in Pune. So, your opinion of the tournament so far, the organization so far?
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, the World Junior Chess Championship happening in a five-star hotel is a great thing for chess. I had played myself a World Junior in Goa in 2002, which was won by Levon Aronian, I remember, and that was also held in a five-star, which was really amazing. And the same thing has come to Pune. Pune's chess lovers recently get more of rapid tournaments and blitz chess, but classical chess of this high level, and that too in such an amazing location, is just great for chess in Pune. It's going to bring a lot of kids to Pune, to the chess field in Pune, and I hope to see much more progress.
Okay, let's just go through this game today. It is VE. I don't know how you pronounce it rightly. VE and Al Mutayya. And I'm sure you'll have problems in pronouncing that name. Al Mutayya is a Tamilian boy from Chennai. So, I guess I'll have to input the moves now. So, E4, C5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5. Okay.
Rosolemo variation of the
again.
Sicilian.
Okay. Okay. Question to you, it will be interesting, is one of the major things that any child faces, and I believe this is a question for coaches also. For the sake of variety, for the sake of surprise, for a young player, is it advisable to go for a side variation, especially if it is not sharp enough, if it is not too dynamic enough? Is it advisable to go for such variation for young players, or things are changed and you can do anything in your pieces as long as you play sound chess? How is it? As a coach, what do you feel?
As a coach, the general idea, I feel that you have the young players play the main lines always. That is what develops you and gives you more idea of the game. Sidelines sometimes give temporary result, and later on, if you continue with sidelines only, they can bring some sort of stagnation because you don't learn more about the game just as much as in the main lines. But things are also changing now with the information available, and I believe it has to be selective. Whether you're playing the sideline once in a while, I think that should be fine. But in general, I would still say that main lines is the way to go for improving in chess.
But of course, here it is a 2600 master going for Rosolimo.
So that is when you go far ahead, you have to have more variety, as like 2500, 2600 grandmasters already have 1,000 games of theirs in the database. So if they keep playing the same thing, they're likely to be well prepared against. So definitely they're going to try some new ideas and new sidelines in the games.
Okay, so the stronger you grow, obviously, the more you can do and the more freedom you do. Yeah.
Yes, the more you understand chess, the more you can experiment.
So that's a Rosolimo. This is curious. White goes for a very solid setup, and the doubled pawns on c5 may or may not be targets. But as of now, VE takes it easy, I would say. So knight a3. Of course, the knight is not going to remain there, and he will definitely bring it back into the game. Yeah, so this is where you are now. Castles, yeah, bishop e3, knight d7, yeah, okay, obviously. Now, queen d2.
Yeah, I think in this variation, it seems like white might be using the double pawns in the c file, but also white has these hidden ideas of an attack because the center remains solid, especially because the black d pawn has moved to the c file, being a double pawn. Challenging in the center is not easy, and since the center remains solid and even sometimes close, white has chances to play on the flank.
Okay, quick question is what's happening to bishop b2 here? He is just giving this up.
I hope you're having correct live
I
transmission.
think we should give work to our co-commentator sitting with us. Please help, guys. So, no, before we blame the transmissions, let's be very sure that this is not playable.
Let us try to work it out.
Yeah. Doesn't make much sense for me. I think we should come back to it after checking with the technical people whether it is according to transmission. Anyway, let's go ahead and black went rook e8 here. Hey, sorry.
Whoa.
What
We
just
have
happened?
some.
It's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So rook e8. I have a theory about traveling to tournaments out of the country, especially between time zones. I have this theory. Generally, if you see any tournament which happens in India, grandmasters from abroad. Okay, India is no more the third world that people call it. People used to call it was. The facilities and hygiene for foreign grandmasters, foreigners who come here, it's all world class now, just like any other European country almost. But still, something to do with adjusting to Indian food or whatever is the European or the continental or the Chinese food which is available in India, and then getting over with the jet lag. I mean, there are guys here from even South America, North America, Canada, everywhere. So the initial rounds, I've always seen this. I've really seen this many times. The most experienced of grandmasters, the strongest of them, they don't really take it very tactical in the initial few rounds. They generally try to outplay their opponents with their strength of chess. They don't really bother to go much deep into the preparation and show their preparation and so on. They, especially in an event like this, where the World Juniors, where in the initial rounds, obviously you're going to play opponents who are much lesser rated than you. They generally take it easy, and once they settle down, their body clock has adjusted to it is tuned to the Indian timings and the Indian conditions, the food, everything. They are comfortable. Till then, I've seen this many times. My observation, actually, very interestingly, this observation, this was passed on to me by Vishy Anand himself. This was you may not believe this, but yes, it's true. Vishy wins this Reggio Emilia in 1992, and after which he came and played at the Goodricke Open immediately in Calcutta. If I believe that was the last open tournament he ever played in Calcutta. So it was the initial rounds, and I just saw Alexei Driv and Kirill Georgiev. Sorry, they drew with each other in just out of opening in a King's-Indian when they played each other in the second round. So I just asked Anand, in all my naivety, why are they doing that? They don't feel like fighting? He said, no, they don't in the initial few rounds. Generally in the initial few rounds, but even later on towards that also, they don't fight unless it is necessary. I'm just reminded of that. So coming back, if you see that in the topmost boards, I wouldn't be surprised in this tournament. The majority of players here are from Europe, the advanced European countries of Netherlands, etc. Even though China is not much out of our time zone, this is the thing I always feel, that initially they all take it easy. You don't want to either agree or disagree?
No, I do agree with you, and I also believe there is a chess reason for that. I think the difference between a stronger player and a weaker player rating wise is more visible in strategical chess. So tactically, it happens very often that a lower rated player can match a higher rated player, but strategically developing the positional understanding takes a lot of time, and so that is the area, of course, they will try to exploit their advantage.
Okay, since this game we are not very comfortable whether there is a real position on the board, we will probably give work to one of our commentators to check that. So before that, I think, okay, we'll move on to some other board. Still we have some issue with the live transmission of all the boards, but still, hopefully it's all coming through now. So go through to the live transmission. Sagar, which board is this? We are on the screen right now. Benjamin Bok versus yeah, okay. The Caro-Kann game.
Looks like a very sharp position.
It's a mess, yeah?
Yes.
So Benjamin Bok doesn't agree with me.
Probably it depends on his style. Maybe he's just aggressive and attacking in any case.
Okay, so generally looking at the position, obviously black's pawn on d4 is where the whole strategy of the whole game, how the course of the game is going to be, is decided by that one factor. This is for the first looks of it. One more, before we move on, one more quick basic for anyone who's watching this is, chess is not only a matter of what you see on the board in terms of tactics or what kind of opening that you came through, etc. In my opinion, intuition and the ability to smell what is happening on the board is probably, I would call, the most important part of chess. For example, in this position, the d4 pawn, whether it survives or not, it's a very big question, and probably the result of the game depends on the answer to this question. So it's very, very interesting strategically. Obviously, the d4 pawn is under attack by rook on d1. One minor thing is that black is yet to castle, but I believe he'll be doing it any moment. Black is also attacking e5 pawn, black's e5 pawn. White's e5 pawn there. So that is another factor here. That combined with a queen being traveled to b5, a long range queen, makes it very, very interesting. What do you feel about the position?
Yes, I do feel the same. Like in many openings and many variations, there is one particular theme that holds the thread of the whole game. Like in various, let's say, in various Queen's Gambit positions, it's the c8 bishop and the development of that bishop that holds the thread of the game. In similar way, as you said, let's try the d4 pawn, whether it will survive or not. A lot depends on it, and yet this looks quite sharp, and I'm still suspicious whether any of the players are in their theory right now, whether they have whether they have prepared this at home, or whether they are going on the board for this sharp variation, because it looks quite messy.
Okay, we can always check that whether this game position has arisen so far. And in my opinion, probably white holds a very slight advantage. I'm assuming that my pawn, white's pawn on e5 is also weak, and even if both the pawns are disappearing from the face of the board, then it is just a messy position. But before everything, extremely, extremely interesting. It has already been played between two Dutch players.
Right, so the suspicion was not wrong.
Yeah, so it is. We are following a game between Nijboer. The Dutch names, I'm extremely sorry. I've always been poor at pronouncing Dutch names. It was between Nijboer and Lamy. And Lamy himself is the coach of Robin van Kampen and Benjamin Bok here.
And he's here with the Dutch team, right?
Yeah, that's what. He is very much here himself personally. So that game went from here. Yeah, okay. White went knight a4. So that game also between Neighbor and Lamy went knight a4, knight c e5, and as we were talking, the queens got exchanged. So what I meant is
Black would have taken knight c into e5.
yeah, knight c into e5.
Queen d7, king knight d7 probably, or is it?
Yeah, you're right. Queen d7, knight into d7, and white took knight into d4. So probably white emerged with a very small advantage. Maybe it's just a token advantage. But the interesting part is, Van Kampen has come. Yeah, I'm sorry, Benjamin Borg has come well on for this game.
Yes, I think the slight advantage for white that you mentioned,
Yeah.
it must be because of the queenside pawn majority in the endgame that arises after the queen exchange.
I would put it this way: if you see, okay, queenside pawn majority, it will come into effect later in the game. We are trying to visualize the future position here, of course. If we don't know whether the queens will get exchanged, but assuming that, see, black's position has some holes in the queenside, if you know what I mean. See, let's say black goes knight c5, I go queen d7, knight d7, knight d4. The c6 point is open. The d6 point is open after I play knight b5. Your bishop on c5 is not comfortable. And at that point, when white takes knight on d4, either the bishop on e5 or the bishop on c5 are going to be captured for white. So more than the queenside majority, I'm going to get the double bishop advantage. Once again, of course, one of the basics of chess is that two bishops are generally more preferable unless the position is completely closed. So, white's position is more preferable because of the bishop pair and the fact that black queenside is a little loose.
Yes, you mean the weak squares on c6 or d6 could be exploited later on.
Exactly, and my knight will be jumping to b5 and so on. So these are some of the things.
Let me remind the viewers that it is a well-known Russian saying that two bishops, double bishop advantage in an open position is as good as being half a pawn up. So let's not forget that and continue to the next game over here. We have gone some correction in the game between Wayne Ye and Al-Mutayya. Let's have a look at it on ChessBase, shall we? The knight has been on a3. It should be on c3, and black has taken bishop c3. So let's go to ChessBase.
That's right. Okay.
Okay, so we have to go back over a couple of things.
So I don't know whether we should congratulate ourselves for stopping it there, or we should be apologizing for keeping the knight on a3 and bravely saying that it may be a sacrifice. Okay, guys, it's the first day of commentary.
Let's be positive and let's say that we got fine judgment that the transmission was wrong.
I would say that, guys, please give us some allowance here. It's the first day. We are all settling down. It's a new job for almost all of us, so it's okay. We have the beginner's luck and the beginner's pardon at the beginning. Yeah. So Sagar tells us that it was knight c3, so not knight a3. So this is actually what happened in the game. Maybe I can bring the whole position of the board also. Yeah. Oh no, it's not happening fine. So I think I need to go back to position. Yeah. So. So that's what is on the board right now.
Yeah.
So now rook e8, bishop h6, bishop h8, h4, and again my second masterly observation about time zones is also gone for a 6. He has gone for queen d2, h4, and rook.
Yeah. Yes, but this is the demand of the position.
You're being too kind to me, but yeah, thanks. Yeah, I got the idea of what you want to say. So yeah, so h4. Queen a5. Okay, before that now, one more observation. I found this now. This is something about the Chinese players. Before the Chinese became 2700s, I mean, I'm talking about these 2-3 giants of 2700s among Chinese.
Yes.
Ni Hua, Wang Yue, and Wang Hao. Before they came along, there were a crop of grandmasters. Zi Jun, not the women world champion, Zijun, the other one. And Zhang Zhong was a very strong player himself. They followed a certain path. They used to be extremely, extremely solid players. I think we had a small disruption in. Maybe we can check in YouTube if everything is
Are
fine.
we back?
Are we back? We should check in YouTube.
Yes. We are.
Okay, nothing happened. It's just a moment flicker. So yeah, so before these people came along, these three extremely strong grandmasters came along in China. Before that, the style of the Chinese used to be almost a pattern for almost all of them. They were extremely solid players who used to play very, very solid positional chess, and then they got even stronger from the previous generation. But now I see a crop of Chinese players. Probably Wei is a very good example of it right now. And also another, I'm not getting the name immediately. There is a marked, sorry?
Yu Yang.
Yu Yang, yes, sorry. And okay, there is one more. We'll come to that also. Okay. And Ding Liren, of course. Ding Liren is full of, for example, about 2 years ago, I remember studying the games of Ding Liren with Vishal Sari. He told me that Ding Liren is the Chinese Petrosian. Look at the number of exchange sacrifices in the Chinese Chess Championship, which he won in 2011. I mean, this was a brilliant observation as well as a brilliant concept to see. So this is the latest crop of Chinese players who are extremely strong, going for very sharp opening. I don't know whether it's evaluation of the game of chess in China or the chess players of China. It's very interesting.
Yes, that's a very nice observation. I think there is no shortage of these young grandmasters that you are referring to from China, and they just keep propping up. We just see in 1 or 2 years some unrated Chinese player suddenly comes up and becomes a grandmaster. Have you seen that quite often?
Yeah, actually, I've also heard that the Chinese have a certain way of developing their young players, where the state provides a lot of support, which also acts as a security for them, so that they are able to concentrate on their chess completely. And because the state support is there is a clear program of identifying young talents between the age of, let us say, from the age of 7 or 8, and then isolating them and then feeding them with so much of strong chess that we have the grandmasters' ages starting from Wu Xiangzi at the age of 15. There is a remarkable sense of explosion from China of young children becoming grandmasters.
That's a great system to have, because in India we see generally random development, not such state controlled and supported proper development. It's random depending on a few associations here or there, or a couple of good coaches around who develop a couple of kids. But it's not a centralized system as they have in China, right?
As a coach, which would you prefer is better? Is it better to have control, or is it better to have total
I
chaos?
think it could be a mix of both. Could be nice, because even when not really a chaos, but developing separately, like randomly, if you have state support, if you have support of your region, that also could benefit.
So moving on to the game, Sagar, further what happened in that? We had till Queen A5 there. H5. Queen B4. Okay, that's a serious question to White as to really what you want to do with your king here. Again, a momentary flicker. Yes. One of the main reasons for this, World Junior, not only the guests so far whom we have talked to, also the public and the players, has been an amazing ambience that we have in this Hyatt Pune, the 5-star hotel. One of the reasons for the successful start of this tournament has been the kind of support we have received from the hotel. Amazing tournament hall. We have a huge ballroom converted into a tournament hall, fully carpeted, accommodating all the boards, all the 140 boards, 150 boards, I mean, including men and women, have been connected with DGT cables, and so we are having transmission of all the games live from our website. All this has been possible because of the support here, tremendous support here, and of course the level of organization by the event manager of this event, White Copper. We have, of course, apart from the tournament hall, we have a media center for all the journalists who are visiting us, and the commentary room, the studios where we are producing this show, and all the players who are large here. Almost everyone is happy, extremely, extremely happy with the facilities here.
Yes.
What have you personally? How did you feel that?
I felt the same, and it's really amazing to have a great tournament hall because I remember having played in a similar tournament hall in Thailand Open. It does kind of make you feel better while playing chess, right? Because if I remember correctly, it was Bobby Fischer who insisted on proper lighting and these conditions in the 1970s or 60s, and he insisted that these small things did make a difference in the quality of chess. So I believe this kind of atmosphere provided by the organizers, the amazing hotel, the uh, tournament hall, it's definitely conducive for some high quality chess. Let's hope we're going to get a lot of that.
Okay, so we are at a very crucial moment here.
Yes.
I'm assuming Black is going to capture HE, and we're going to have
Castle long, right?
triple. Okay. Okay, so
It looks like let's say a thriller, the first round thriller for today.
some of my money is on white.
Yes.
Basically, it's a version of a Sicilian where I'm attacking on the king side, but black is not fully developed. And you cannot really call rook 8 as a development. So you have only two pieces almost acting out, the bishop on h8 and the queen on b4. So, my money would be definitely on white here. No, I'm just analyzing long castles here, of course. So,
You're expecting long castle.
and he played long castle. Okay, the black to bishop c3.
Transmission on the website is still going down with knight a3, but we are trying to correct it, and please bear with us.
Okay. So this is where we are. Queen a3, king b1. Okay.
Yeah, the open h file looks so inviting. Now bishop moves, queen h6, and checkmate somehow.
My money is on white here, definitely. Maybe we can see a quick end to the third board game now. Okay, I think we have been struck with games from the boys for a very long time. Maybe we can move on. Okay, next question to you, Prathamesh. This is another thing, gender difference, whether it exists in chess at all. But as a coach, have you really observed any difference among boys and girls in the method, how they pick up the game, how they continue the game?
Not really. I think it is more psychological, and I believe there have been quite a few studies. And even when I attended the FIDE trainer seminar, we were told about, as a trainer, how you can approach female students, girl students, and what exactly a trainer needs to do so that that psychological block, if there is any, can be let's say removed, and their development goes as fast as a boy's development would go in chess. Yeah.
A little elaborate on that. I mean, what exactly?
I believe girl students need a lot more encouragement. That is the main point that was also told to us in the trainer seminar, that because girl students for getting psychologically more involved in the game, that what they need more is encouragement. So let us say you have initially a beginner level girl student, try not to be too critical. Of course, this is for the trainers. Try not to be critical and be more encouraging in general. So that is, I guess, the advice given to us.
Okay, we have the top board from the girls section here. Guriashkina, Alexandra Guriashkina.
Yeah, the defending champion, right?
The defending champion, yeah. That's a curious thing.
Yes.
Generally, you know, when I was a junior and even for many years after that also, the World Junior was about getting the GM title, so winning it. But maybe now, because the World Junior champion gets a berth to better places, the World Cup and so on, maybe that's the attraction in
Otherwise, in the past, we used to think like, why would they come back? They won, now they can move ahead and go on to the higher stage, the top elite chess. But now, it's of course, there is a big difference. The World Cup and the general candidates selection process is now regularized a lot, and so this championship carries a lot of weight. Even if you won it once, you would still want to come back.
Okay, so we have a position in the game, probably arising out of Queen's Gambit. Maybe we will, with the help of our other commentators here, will go through the moves once again from the beginning. So Sagar, please tell us the moves from number one of Guriashkina game. So that's started as a QGD. So let's see, 3, knight f6, knight f3, bishop e7. Bishop f4. Okay. So bishop f4, castles, e3, knight bd7. You know, this is one of the most favorite variations of Abhijit Gupta in India. So knight bd7 and white goes c5. I'm sorry, a3. That's a little curious.
Yes.
Yeah. Generally they go c5 or cd here. a3, is it possible to check who has done this so far before a3? That's interesting. Okay, we'll come back to that later maybe. Yeah. And one thing that I found is that, you know, among the women players of the world, obviously the Russians have a certain class. You know, the Pogonino sisters, the various world champions before that. For example, I found it remarkable that Dokoyan, Yuri Dokoyan, who was the second of Garry Kasparov, the second remarkable job that he took after he came out of the Kasparov camp, or rather, I would say, after Kasparov retired from chess, was he went on to become the captain of the Russian women team, Olympic women team, and he has also taken up working with the young female players of Russia. There's no wonder that, you know, they're so well prepared. So I'm very sure that A3 is from the personal laboratory of the Russian preparation machine. And moving on to the game, let us just have the few moves of this game. We'll come to the board. Yeah, Sagar, can you please tell us about? Yeah, looks like A3 was quite very well played, even though it started probably from the very classic chess of early chess. So A3, C5, CD5. I'm sorry, ED5. But we saw. Okay, so that's the live position we are seeing on the board right now. Yeah.
CD5,
No,
ED5,
it has moved
bishop
beyond
E2.
that. It has moved beyond that. Bishop E2, bishop E2. For the viewers' clarification, the blue color board which appears on your screen is the live position. By the way, our website, the World Junior Championship website, is the place where all the games of this tournaments are being broadcast live directly from the board using DGT chess boards. So the blue color boards are the ones in which we have the live transmission, and the brown set where we are making our own moves is our own moves where we are replaying games and analyzing games for the benefit of the viewers. So this is how it went.
The website is worldjuniorchess2014.com, and you can log on and have a look at a number of games that are going on.
Bishop e2, c4, castles, queen b6, queen c2. So that's where we are. So am I right about the jet lag at least here?
Yes, it seems so. Taking it slow for now.
Once again, it's probably a position which has been played a long time. Okay, maybe the current position we should be checking with the help of our bases right now as to where we are.
Yes, this position with queen c2 is currently live, it seems.
Somehow for quite some time now we are not getting any visuals from the hall. We are trying to set that right. Okay, so this current position, once again my money would be with white. The reason being that, again, white has a smooth position. Black looks to be having a small space advantage, but obviously black has still a lot to do in terms of development. But honestly speaking, days are gone when we can analyze on such positions and try to comment on them, because now chess is a game of preparation. So I'm extremely sure that this position would have been at their monitors today morning or in their home preparation. So I'm 100% sure that it's a part of the preparation, or maybe they diverted, seeing that to come to this point they have taken a lot of time. Yeah. Okay. So we are being told that before in one of the previous moves, instead of ed5, knight d5 was played earlier. It was the most popular move here was knight d5, and whereas this game went to ed5.
ed5 is like a novelty.
We have to probably check on that. ed5 has been played, but
it's not a great move, it seems.
Okay. Okay. So
basically, black's pieces would be getting more free position if black had taken knight into d5. I suppose with an exchange would probably relieve some pressure. As we know, if you have a cramped position, a passive position, try to exchange pieces. So that is a simple fundamental of the opening, and maybe that is the reason why knight into d5 has been the main move. So ed5 looks a bit dubious, and let us see how white is continuing for it.
Okay, here probably at some point if white breaks through e4, then c4 is in real danger of becoming weak.
Yes.
And if it is indeed, one curious fact is that ed5 has been played by Shabalov, Alexander Shabalov, the American grandmaster. Okay, Shabalov again follows his own way in chess generally. He plays chess in a totally different way, and his head works in a totally different way, almost. From the majority of the strong grandmasters, you should remember that he's a 2600 grandmaster.
Yes.
A remarkable player originally from Latvia. They say there is this novelty in the Slav defense, g4 on the 7th move, 6-6.
Yeah.
Shirov and Shabalov found it when they were tired and when they were just moving the pieces around on the chessboard when they were tired. So, he's a very creative grandmaster, but still, I'm not really convinced about black's position here. Finally, we got visuals from the tournament hall. Yes. We should cut to that now. So, yeah, that's fantastic. We are cutting there now.
This is the top board.
And yeah, we'll also have a change of commentators here. We are having a guest with us. Is that the top board on our screens now?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're seeing the top seed of the tournament sitting there. Fedosier, 2677. A very strong grandmaster from Russia. Curiously, both the top seeds of this tournament are Russians, the girls section as well as the boys section. And meanwhile, we are delighted to welcome to our studios here Mr. Girish Chitale. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. I suppose I got your name right, Chitale,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
pronunciation.
it's
Yeah.
perfectly right.
Once again, as a promoter of the game of chess in the city of Pune, being a strong member of the Pune chess community, we should all be thanking you for conducting this wonderful tournament, for your support for this tournament. So please tell us a little about yourself and your corporate path and how you came to be associated with chess.
First of all, I welcome all chess lovers and players to this wonderful city of Pune, and hope they are enjoying the city as well as atmosphere here. And as far as me, I'm one of directors in chess in school program for Maharashtra State, MCA, and we are doing it for last 4 years, and we have now collected around 186 schools and around 9,000 to 10,000 students, and next year we are planning to have around 300 schools under this program. The basic motivation for chasing school program is, of course, creating audience, creating players, awareness amongst people about chess, which is very much an Indian original sports, you can say. And this is why we thought that if we want to promote chess at higher level, at international level, we have to go with this kind of programs like Chess League and Chess in School. And there comes the association with the Grandmaster Abhijit and people like us who are sharing a corporate logic behind any organization.
But sir, you're being too modest. You're not sharing with us about your business.
Actually, I don't think this is the right platform. That's why probably you can ask me some questions. I can answer you something what you like to know about me in the sense.
Well, it's not. It's more than that. We have a global audience here,
Yeah.
watching us here.
Yeah,
not only people from India. So
Ah.
definitely, they will all be curious as to, being a respectable citizen of the society, being brought to chess. Definitely. So please tell us a little about your business and your career.
We are a 75-year-old dairy processing company. We are handling around 400,000 liters of milk per day, and most
400,000 liters of milk per day. Okay.
and primarily to Pune city. And also along with this, we have various indigenous products. Few of the popular products are Shrikhand, mango burfi, mango sweet, and one of the what you can say delicacy that every Pune is pride of is called bakarwadi, which is kind of a dry spring roll, and which is also liked by most of the European and Western and all other countrymen, though it is a spicy food as any Indian spicy food, but they like it very much. And I must say I appreciate my consumers, people who appreciate our taste. So they brand this product all across the world, and on this stage, I will take the liberty to thank those people also who brand our products overseas and in India.
So those who are here visiting Pune and those who should be coming, would be coming to India, remember the dishes he told you. Bakarwadi, which is a spicy dish, but actually it's not so spicy. I feel
It's not.
personally, yeah, but it's actually a very interesting dish. The barfi
With mango.
with mango, the mango barfi, and then Srikhand, Amarkhand, this is a different version of Srikhand. These are things part of the Marathi culture, the culture of Pune,
Pune.
Bombay, Nagpur, mainly Pune, which you should not miss to taste when you are in Pune. And okay, coming back to the Pune chess and especially this tournament, how do you find this tournament organized? As a spectator, how do you see it?
Frankly, I had a chance to be present at Chennai World Championship, and that was a grand organization, and whole state machinery was backing up, and it was a big world event. We can, as a spectator or third party analyzer, because I'm not directly involved in organizing this event, so I can draw quite a few parallels to it. This being around 200 plus participants game, around more than 51 countries participating, and mostly they are juniors, so they have the teenage problems as well. But all these things, if we compare the volume, the handling, and organization, I definitely would like to say that Grandmaster Abhijit, Mr. Deshpande, whole MCA team has done a tremendous job in organizing this event. Even our government of Maharashtra, I will say, irrespective of whatever political turmoil right now, because we are heading for a state elections and we are in the process of elections, still they had enough love and promotion to the chase that they signed off a good amount of check for in favor of this championship, and that was fantastic. And this organization, I think, is a world class one. I think everybody will agree with it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for coming to our show.
Thank you.
Where is the future of Pune chess going, and where do you see yourself being part of it?
Basically, my personal view on any sports for that matter, including chess, of course, is one has to have a good, one or two sports in his life to make his life, enjoyable, peaceful, and again, uh, you should be feeling, right to live your life your own style, and that any sports a reasonable play of the sports each day will definitely give you that thing. I personally play badminton. I also sometimes play chess, not though I'm in the chess mission, but I'm still even not amateur in that sense. But these things will definitely help people to uh, better their life, and that's what my aim is, and that's why I'm associated with these chase
And sports.
programs. And maybe everybody will not be a champion and grandmaster or IM or whatever, but they can they can play for themselves, and probably for a chase they have the better audience, much more audience, much more people who require for back end, front end arbiters and all these things. So lot of things are there, and unless and until you have that love for the game, the money required for the game to develop, the uh, resources required for that,
The sponsors. Yeah.
sponsors, including spectators, including
Spectators.
the so-called TRP, so that headlines will be there, news will be there. So the promotion requires all these things. But why the promotion of that sport is required is basically for personal self, and even the 1% of whole chasing program, school program can create, say, some grandmasters or something like that. India is a huge country. 1% is big to compete for 5 nations together. So that is something different that we can look forward to. And that's what my mission or vision of the sports is.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for spending time and being with us. Definitely, we have great times coming over for chess in Pune, and we'll definitely like to see you in a bigger role also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me here for this talk, and wish you all the best as organizers. Wish you all the best as a players, and wish you all happy chess for the viewers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shivan, was it okay?
So, Sagar, I think move on to the chess now.
Yes, it's time for some chess now. We need to catch up on a lot of games. A lot of interesting things have been going on, and I think we should see a few games which are really very interesting. The main one being this board between Vidit Gujrati, our main medal hope of India, versus Ritwis Parab. I mean, Vidit is black. The game started off as a Grand Prix, and yeah, just need to.
Yeah, I'm back here.
Yes. We need to bring the
Board, yeah.
board.
Yeah.
Just a second. Maybe we can do it on the entire board. Here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the game between Vidit and Ritwiz and Vidit began with Sicilian, and as we said, it was the Grand Prix. And Vidit seemed to have a very good position out of the opening. We saw it till this point, till c3 was played, and we came to the conclusion here that white could have some dangers. Black could face some dangers if white went bishop c2, d4, and e5, something like that. But nothing like that really happened. And after the move that was played a4, Vidit, I think, immediately countered it with e5. And this was a very nice move from Vidit's side. And he struck in the center. And after bishop c2, he took on f4. The main edge, I think, here for white is that he is for black is that he is very well developed. You can see his bishop here, so excellently placed on this long diagonal, and this bishop is ready to come out. So after knight takes f4, now Vidit immediately attacked the e4 pawn with knight f6, and you can see how black is developing with tempo every move. And after d3, it went d5, and he has broken in the center. He has perfect development. I think.
Can we check it with the games played so far? We have to check it. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay.
So here, yeah, d5, and after this queen f3, and we have the live position with it to move here. But just, I mean, a natural move like say d takes e4, d takes e4,
Yeah.
and maybe developing the bishop say to g4. I don't see what problem black has. Look at white's pawn structure. Oh, horrible, three isolated pawns, and black has perfect development. I think it's a sure recipe for disaster against a 2600 player. What do you think, Sarwan? And I think with it, we'll start off with a win over here.
Okay, it's early days, but still, yeah, I definitely agree with you that black has definitely solved his opening problems, and in fact, it is white who is not fully developed almost in this position.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely, Vidit is looking at a good position here, and for a player of his class, this looks like an extremely favorable way to start the game as well as start the tournament.
Yeah.
What's your personally? How have you evaluated Vidit as a chess player and his development over the years?
Well, I would say that Vidit has been one of my good friends over the past few years, and I mean, he's still my good friend. But the thing which I like about him the most is that he's so quick. I mean, I have stayed with him as a roommate in 2009, and I would sometimes be sitting with one position, tactical position, thinking over it for something like 10 minutes, and suddenly Vidit would come to meet me, and he would just see the position, and he would immediately say, "Oh, this is winning," and I would be like, "Oh, I'm sitting here since last 10 minutes, and you just come and you directly tell me the move." That's really surprising for me, and that just showed me that what a huge talent this young kid was, and he's proving it really well. I think over the past few years, what was really missing in Vidit was the killer instinct. He used to take a few draws here and there, but now I think he's hungry for winning the games, and combined with his phenomenal knowledge, he studies a lot of games. I think he's a real danger. I think it won't be soon before he breaks into the 2700 mark. So yeah, though he's the fourth seed, I rate him really high in this tournament. Maybe even, yeah, I should not get ahead of time.
Okay,
but
one
still.
one of the favorites. As you meant to say.
Yeah.
One of my observations about Vidit is that so far what I have seen is that okay, Vidit is um, a real kid of the computer generation, a product of the computer generation.
Yes.
I would say i7 generation, i5 generation, and Vidit, Vidit, I would say that in the country right now, Vidit and Adiban are
Yes.
two players of almost the same age level. And incidentally, in the Maharashtra Chess League, the one of the flagships events of the city of Pune, both of them play for the same team, the Jalgaon
Jalgaon
Battlers.
Battlers,
Yeah. So I see remarkable thing in these two guys is that preparation using databases, the computers. So this is something which catches my eye that kind of perfected when it comes to basic opening preparation. I mean, I've almost never seen him in the last 1 year, especially. Anyone managed to catch with it, you know? So he
Exactly.
keeps jumping. One very important thing,
Mhm.
and whatever he does, both of them, I would say, Adiban also, they have a lot of ideas and they keep jumping. I
Yes.
think keep jumping means what I mean is you play different openings. One of the very basics of opening preparations now at the very high level is that days are gone when people used to specialize in openings and certain opening belongs to certain people. About 10 years ago, Archangels was a mark for Surya Ganguly.
Yes.
Abhijit Gupta is a remarkable Grunfeld player with black pieces.
Mhm.
Those days are gone now. You have equally strong grandmasters or stronger grandmasters who play 5-6 mainline openings, especially with black pieces against d4 and against e4. So that's what I call as jumping. So typically what they do is every 6 months they play something. So it's obvious that before that 2 to 3 months they worked on it. So they come to the board armed with a lot of ideas. They've regenerated a lot of lines which have been forgotten. Not forgotten, not necessarily discarded.
Yes.
They regenerate them, they play them. The moment the world wakes up to that, okay, we did place this, they jump to the next. So, this is an essential part of players who have to grow beyond 2500 to 2700 now. This has happened solely because of the electronic monsters which help us now. I believe that this has happened in the last 4-5 years. Okay, it was happening at the level of Anand, Kramnik, Kasparov, of course, till about 10 years ago.
Yes.
But after that, thanks to the computers, now this has happened. With it, I think, is the strength. I'm not going to talk about his middle game and things that you told me, the aggression and all that. The hard work which has led to his current level of performance. Mainly, that hard work comes out of a knowledge of how to use computer preparation. This is one of my. I mean, I feel very strongly about it. Definitely, we'll get him here one of those days,
Yes.
and we'll check whether to see him right or wrong.
Yeah, about what you were saying, the two things that you said. One is that they keep changing their lines, and the other thing which I think is really important is they are so well read. So when someone tries to change lines against them, which is what I tried to do against Adiban at a recent tournament just 2 months ago, I played a sideline. The funny thing was that he had analyzed it till move 12 when it was actually a sideline which he had never faced. So the same thing with these guys is that it's so difficult to surprise them. At the same time, they will surprise you on every occasion. So they are really fearsome players to face when you are playing against them. It's so difficult to trick them.
And they're young.
Yes. So
Okay, so I think with this game, we are definitely looking at a very, very convenient board.
yes.
Oh,
And-
something very interesting is happening in
Okay,
Wei's
Wei
game.
game.
Brought out his opponent king to the center.
Yeah, but I think there are still some broadcasting problems with that. But
That's okay.
maybe we
can get
can
it from our own. Yeah.
get the chessboard. Yep, this one. Okay, and as we saw, Sarvanan and Prathamesh analyzed the Wei game up to, I think, e4, c5, f3, knight c6. Yes, we have the game here. We'll quickly move ahead, and yes, long castles, takes, queen a3, check, king b1, and now the black player played knight b6 here, and I would maybe if the viewers are not looking at at the live game, I would ask them to just take a moment here and try to find the best move for white, because I think it's a killer move, crushing move. Yeah, Sarvanan, would you like to go at it over here?
This is not done. Making me sweat on live cam. But yeah, it looks like bishop f8 or bishop g7. We have to obviously here, one of the things I would like to point out is we are having some modifications on the monitor here.
Yes.
Obviously, black is threatening knight a4. So that's a very interesting thing. Black is threatening knight a4 here.
Yeah.
So I have two things, c3 and b2.
So if it were black to play, it's all over.
Almost, it looks like. Almost.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, it looks like over. Yeah. So obviously, this position has been overseen by white much ahead before. So obviously here white has to go on with the crush here. So let's see. This is a very, very common thing in Sicilian Dragon. In fact, Bishop F8 struck me when we were talking about this game much, much earlier.
And if suppose here black decides to go knight a4 to threaten a mate in one, there is a terrific combination coming up with rook h8, king h8, and that's a beautiful mate. So
Oh, that's a terrific combination.
yeah, I just like the fact that it's out of 17 moves, you can just try to.
Yeah, I would put it this way. Yeah, I mean, really, it's extremely beautiful, aesthetically really beautiful. I mean,
Yes.
it's very pleasing for the eyes on the very first day of the World Junior at 4.
And also, this position has come from a Rosolimo and not from a dragon. So in that
Precisely.
sense, I would say
Exactly,
it's
yeah.
really nice.
Exactly. Yeah, beautiful.
So okay, f6 looks like the only way to stop mate, and that was done by Wei's opponent. And Wei entered in with queen h6 here. And again, it looks like there's a mate in g7. Um, there was also a possibility, instead of going queen h6, to maybe start with rook h8, because you cannot take the rook, because queen h6 would be a mate. And so king f7 is forced over there. And then there are some really crazy lines which Wei has to calculate, like knight g5 check, and after f takes g5, that's the only move in the position. Maybe Sarwan, you can have the moves coming up there.
Yeah, sure.
Rook h8 instead of queen h6, which was played by Wei, which also looks like a totally crushing move. f6.
So he
Rook
went
h8.
f6 here, and okay, instead of okay, and obviously king h8 is not on, so king f7.
And knight g5 check,
Knight G5
giving up
check.
another piece.
Mhm.
And after
So,
fg5, it's forced, there are no other move, and now queen takes g5. And it looks like the days are numbered for the black king. I mean, you could try to play knight a4 here, trying to threaten a mate, but I guess
Of course, one starting thing is that if black goes rook f8, then it's
Yeah.
probably
rook h7.
mate immediately, followed by queen e7 is just mate.
Yes,
So queen g5,
knight a4 maybe,
knight e4,
and maybe once again you could go
rook h7.
rook h7,
Okay.
king e6, and rook e7 looks finishing. Yes,
Yeah, it's almost lost.
yes. But the move chosen by Wei over here, queen h6, is more human way to play, it seems. And I think black king is already in a lot of difficulty after king f7, queen g7, king e6. He's going out on a picnic, it seems. And I think
But honestly, do you see a mate here?
yeah, I think over here maybe, how do you start off with? Maybe
g5 is one,
yes, knight g5 is an option, and after
g6 is an option.
yes, but okay, just a second, we need to remove this here. And king e6, and yeah, maybe you have to start off with knight g5 here.
Yeah.
But if he
But
goes,
I have a feeling that he really missed rook h8. Then. Yeah.
yes, there was a
Rook h8 and knight g5 where he missed.
yes.
Okay. Remember jet lag.
And after maybe king d7 going back, not sure how clear things are, or is it really winning, because knight a4 is a threat here. And if even if he takes the knight, oops,
Oh, that's okay. You can just go back. So that's where we are. Yeah. So f6, queen n6. Yes. 7, G7, Knight G5. Yeah,
Yeah, and even if he would take here on after FG5,
that's not clear as to
Queen
how you're going to check.
G6 and King D7. I'm not sure whether it's totally winning here. I mean,
It's even winning at all.
yes, maybe it is, but I am not sure. Like, okay, he has complicated things quite a bit. So okay, maybe we could move on to another game where he might. It's quite interesting, but maybe it's too complicated for non-Chinese players, it seems.
And for us on the first day.
So maybe we can see a game by Benjamin Bok, which was the Caro-Kann defense, which we were seeing. And yeah, it was again a very interesting game. And as you pointed out, it was tried by Erwin Lamy as black. You remember that one?
Yeah, Nabok.
Yeah,
Erwin
Nibor
Lamy,
Lamy. And this was the position that was reached in that game, which continued Queen B3. And I guess after Queen D7, Rook D1, Knight G6, Knight C3, Bishop C5. White played a very nice move here, which was Queen B5, and attacking the bishop on C5, to which black responded with B6, and now white played Knight A4. And the C5 bishop cannot really move because Knight into D4 will lose a pawn. For example, Bishop E7, Knight D4, Knight takes D4, Queen D7, King D7, Rook D4. And if the bishop cannot move, then black actually played Knight B4 here in the game.
Okay, the game between Nabok and Lamy,
Yeah.
when Knight C E5. So maybe it is Lamy's improvement. I don't know.
Yeah, but here the black player is
Yeah.
the lower rated one.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry. Okay.
and Benjamin is white.
Maybe it's just Lamy's analysis.
Yeah. So this position looks totally bad for black. I mean, after Knight takes D4, I can hardly see a good reply for white for black, because let's say you take Bishop D4, Queen D7, King D7, Rook D4 with a clearly better position. You have just won a pawn, and I think white is better. So yeah, this was an interesting game against, and I think Benjamin is on his way to victory here. And maybe Sarvanan, how about looking at a few Indian players' game, like maybe our 2499 player Murli Karthikeyan, about how he is doing. I think if he wins today, he is sure to make his GM title. So his game is really interesting, the last one. Yeah, I think he started off with Rai Lopez, Knight F3, Knight C6,
Yeah.
Bishop B5, and his opponent played the Knight F6 move, which I think is a nightmare for every E4 player these days.
Okay, I have this viewpoint about Berlin. You know, the whole world plays Berlin, obviously.
Yes.
But I very strongly feel that Berlin is an opening for 2700s who want to draw 2700s. And at the highest level, for example, the most clear-cut example is Aronian. Aronian almost used to play only the marshal with black pieces. So he is ready that he has a wall behind him. Okay, this was done by Karpov in 70s and 80s. And he is fine if white takes a draw and pushes off, ready to put all his bets on white pieces all the time. So for 2700s to draw 2700s, Berlin is an extremely good opening. But I'm really puzzled when anyone below the level of 2100 who is a young player plays the Berlin with black pieces. Honestly speaking, a player who is developing in chess, and I believe that till someone reaches 2600, we can say that they are still developing as long as they are young and world class and ambitious. I do not understand the logic of anyone below the level of 2400 playing the Berlin at all. I mean, do it make sense to you? Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I think mainly the Berlin has so many intricacies. I had a book of John Cox on the Berlin Wall, and the book starts off with a 100-page introduction of all the end games, like white having a knight versus black bishop, or white having a bishop against black knight, and 7 pawns each.
Sounds very tactical and interesting.
And I mean, it was so much over there, so much material that I think it's really not quite good, as you said, for a young player to start playing the Berlin without developing enough understanding. But then again, once you start playing such openings, maybe you tend to develop your understanding. So it's a matter of taste, and you can never really
We
judge
have
it.
on our screens Goryashkina, the top seed from the women tournament. Remember, the tournament is played on the ballroom at Hyatt Pune, and extremely well laid out tournament hall, fully carpeted, large space between each and every table. All the tables have DGT boards, wooden chess sets. All the DGT boards are connected through cables to the broadcasting hubs. From there, it is taken to the servers, and we are broadcasting to you live. So, probably first time ever in India, all the games of an open tournament with 150 boards, 130 boards plus, we are having live broadcast, which I find remarkable.
Yes, and in this video, if you see the player on your right, that is Parnali Dharia, and this little girl from Mumbai has had this unique distinction, I think, of gaining 160 ELO points in the World Youth Tournament, which was recently held in Durban, South Africa.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How old is she?
She's 18, I guess, and she was playing in under 18 category. She finished 9th, but she gained, I think, highest number of points by any player at the event, 160. That's simply amazing. So her rating right now is around 2060, and it was around 1900 before this tournament. So yeah, okay. Coming back to this Murali Karthikeyan game over here, yeah, and knight f6, Murali. I think you might be knowing Murali pretty well, and he I think despises theoretical continuations. So I think it didn't come as a surprise when he went castles, knight f6, and not for the main line with d4 here. When you get the Berlin, he went for the simple rook e1.
I would put it this way: rather than main line or whatever is main line, he goes for continuations with life in them. That's what I mean, tactics in them. So I'm not at all surprised that he has decided to keep the queen, whether it's mainline theory or not.
Yeah,
I'm not at all surprised that he has decided to keep a queens. So let's just go through this game fully.
Yes, knight d6 was played, and knight e5 continued. Of course, bishop is not en prise, because after knight takes b5, it's just knight into c6, so losing the queen. And so you play bishop e7, and if I'm not mistaken, the main move in this position is bishop f1, which was played recently by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Anish Giri. And there's a curious story to it. After knight e5, rook e5, I think castles, knight c3, knight e8, knight d5, bishop d6. This position was reached in that game, and Maxime Vachier retreated his rook to e2 over here instead of going to e1. And past 40 games had continued with rook e1, but MVL played rook e2, and his what I read from New in Chess was that he was trying to have fun on an aircraft with the Magnus Carlsen, play with Magnus Carlsen app, and he just played his rook to e2 just for fun. And later on he realized that in fact it was a very good weapon, because the rook on a1 has no better place than to come to e1 in the game, and so rook e2 makes a lot of sense. And that's how he found this novelty, and he won that game. That was really very interesting for me. So coming back to Murli Karthikeyan game, I think Murli also has made some kind of relatively lesser played move with bishop d3, because usually people are always going bishop f1 in that position. And yeah, Siva Mahadevan, who is Murli's opponent, took on e5, rook e5, castles, and yes, white played knight c3, and after bishop f6, rook e3, rook e8. I hope I'm not giving the wrong moves.
Yeah, bishop f6, rook e3,
g6.
first.
Okay, g6, queen f3, rook e8. Yes.
Yeah, queen f3.
And
Bishop, yeah, rook e8. Yeah. By the way, rook e8 looks like a new move here.
okay.
Till queen f3, it has been played in about a few games.
I think you can just see.
Prathamesh Mokkal has played this with white pieces.
So our fellow commentator, I think we should call him here, yes, to talk about this position. After all, he is the expert here on this line.
Thank you for giving me the exit.
Yeah, Prathamesh, please tell us something about this position. You had played it against?
Yeah, I played it against T.S. Ravi in one of the national premier championships in 2008.
Okay.
And I think my it was rook e3 was pretty on the board. I was ready to give up an exchange if black attacked the rook in any case. And I realized that since black had played g6, I could put my bishop on b2 with b3 and bishop b2. And if black gave up his bishop for the rook, I would fight for that advantage.
Wow. So are you saying that if suppose, okay, he goes bd4, then white can really play a move like b3 here?
Well, that's what I had in mind actually in one of the positions. It's around 6 years ago, so I don't remember exactly, but I was ready to sacrifice the exchange.
So as Prathamesh said, if the bishop comes to d4, attacking the rook on e3, he was ready to give up his rook, for example, with bishop into e3, f takes, right?
Yes.
And
put the bishop on b2 and exploit the dark square weaknesses near the black king.
Wow. So that explains a lot. I mean, this understanding comes only after you have played an actual game. I mean, this doesn't come through analysis. So it's really cool that we have Prathamesh here who has actually played a game in this line. Okay, queen f3, and rook e8 was played by Siva.
Yes, so black definitely declines this idea of winning the exchange and probably wants to just make some exchanges. But I think the knight getting out from d6, developing the c8 bishop is going to be the key. If black can do that without damaging his prospects further, maybe he will have chances of equalizing.
Okay, so Murli continued with b3, as you said. I think it's logical to put the bishop on b2, and his opponent took on e3, which is surprising, right? I mean, why would you want to open the bishop for your opponent? Sorry, the f line for your opponent. I mean, the f file, the rook is all ready to come here after f takes e3.
Yes, I think rook e8, rook e3 is okay. He's trying to probably exchange a few pieces, but I don't know if that is really going to help. I mean, the higher priority would have probably been to get the knight out,
Yes.
d6 or d5.
So, okay, fe3, and opponent played knight e8, and Murli continued in this position. Okay, we still the move has not been made as yet. What do you think about? I mean, just putting this game into perspective, this game, if Murli wins as white from this position, he becomes a grandmaster. I think the 36th grandmaster of India, if not wrong. And so it's a huge game for Murli Karthikeyan. And Prathamesh, I would like you to tell me how good his chances are of converting this position.
I think they are pretty good. I mean, the position has a lot of prospects from here on. It's not really closed. It's open for different kind of maneuvers, and I think White will have some attacking chances in this case because of the weaknesses on the king side and Black's delayed development. So whether he can utilize this with energetic play, that according to me will decide the fate.
Okay.
I believe White could go for the bishop exchange, the dark square bishop exchange also. Maybe he could try, or some tactics with bishop b2 and later throwing knight d5 or something like that. Already I feel like that.
Okay. And so apart from Murli, we have another very interesting young player from India, and I guess you already know who I'm talking about.
Arvind Chidambaram?
Yes, the little wonder from Chennai, and he has been making a lot of news recently, and yeah, maybe we should check out his game. What is he doing? Arvind Chidambaram as white over here started off with his customary move b3, and Arvind Chidambaram is now known in the Indian chess circles for making this move, and in fact his coach Ramesh once told me that Arvind, I mean, he noticed Richard Rapport playing this move b3 quite often, and he thought, why not play this move? I mean, Rapport was getting such excellent results. So he prepared a few notes on this line, b3, and in a way, after this move b3, all of his, maybe a lot of his students started playing it, and I guess Arvind is one of them. And to tell you, Arvind beat Alexei Shirov with this move. Okay, so we have some problems here, and maybe for meantime, we could just go back to the live broadcast of the game between Goryachkina and Parnali Dharia.
Let us have a look at the position of Wayne Ye. That was a very interesting game going on. Can we have it over here?
No, just a second. Yeah, we need to see the game between Wei Yi.
Yeah, Wei Yi.
I think the game is still stuck at that point where the king is out on e6.
Frankly, the game is not really stuck. I just went and saw Wei Yi had been thinking for long, and he had come down to 12 minutes to his opponent's 55 plus or 50 plus minutes. So probably he, I don't know what exactly he's thinking. Is he messed up a little bit with, as you were discussing, Rook h8? And by the way, do you remember I mentioned earlier the position looked so tempting that bishop moves queen h6, queen h8, and some dangerous attacking ideas existed, just like the Sicilian dragon.
Yeah, you were absolutely right about that. And I guess Wei Yi is in some trouble because such positions are very tempting as white, but to find the actual win is not so easy. There are so many complications. So maybe we can, till he comes up with a move, we could see a game of the top seed, Fedosiv. We will come to Arvind Chidambaram's game later. Fedosiv is playing against Chakravarti Reddy, and yeah, the position on board is Fedosiv is white. Yeah, maybe. We can go here to Arvind's game from here. Yeah, but okay, okay. I'm just a little bit trying to know the system. All right.
The English opening, right, Sagar?
Not the English. This was the
The position
B3.
looks like it has come out from the English. Probably B3 was later
Yeah,
followed by C4.
Yes, it was followed by C4, and we need to somehow get the chess base board here. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Prathamesh, tell me something about your victory at the Asian Junior, which you won, and you became an IM, because I think that give you a qualification to the World Junior, that tournament?
No, not really. Not the Asian Junior.
Okay.
But it did give me the international master title, and of course a podium finish at the Asian Junior Championship was what I wanted. So the bronze medal and the title, the joint championship, gave me the title of international master. I already had 2 IM norms before that, and I didn't have to make a third one when I won the Asian Junior Joint Championship. Although I went on to make maybe 10 more later.
Okay, so yeah, that was one of your most memorable events that you had played in your life.
Yes.
Okay, setting up the board over here between Arvind Chidambaram. Let's just have a look at the game. It went B3, E5, Bishop B2, Knight C6. Arvind's opponent is also an Indian, and he's playing Muhammad Ashraf. And after Knight C6, Arvind played E3. This is quite a common move order, and usually Black plays your Knight F6, and I guess White replies Bishop B5, and we have a very unusual move in that position. Maybe we can just make the moves.
You want
Knight
F6.
F6, Bishop B5, and Black plays the very unusual move here, Bishop D6, and defending the E5 pawn, so that if at some point you take Bishop into C6, D into C6 would anyway open the C8 Bishop. So that's the main line. But in this position, Muhammad Ashraf, I guess he came prepared to this game, considering that Arvind Chidambaram plays B3 quite regularly. He played A6, and Arvind transposed the game into C4. Prathamesh, I have seen you sometimes playing the English opening. You are a core E4 player, but you have used this English opening a few times in your life. And can you tell us what exactly is so special about the English opening?
I think the English opening has some sort of dynamism to it, and it is relatively less explored compared to E4 or D4. So that kind of gives you a chance to take play out of well-prepared opening variations. Generally, players are well prepared for E4 or D4, but of course, you usually find English players playing English opening at a higher level in rating-wise, because they have a higher understanding of chess in general, which I believe is required for the English opening. But of course, things are now changing, and we have a lot of great books on the English opening, and so young players can also take it up and develop in this way. Otherwise, in general, you would earlier see young players starting always with E4 or D4, and then later on switching to the English opening.
Okay. So in a way, Arvind too is trying to do the same thing. He is trying to play the English so that he can take his opponents out of theory, and he figures out that he is uh, technically or maybe positionally pretty stronger than them, or even tactically.
I believe it's more tactically because in the recent past, I also saw him playing A3 first move
Yes.
in the National Junior Championship.
Yeah, that's what his coach was telling me. With Shiro, either he would play A3 or B3. So
That's funny. And yet he manages to almost outplay his opponents in many games. So it's just getting his own game, just getting his opponent out of the books and maybe even ready to play black
yes,
with A3 with a waiting move.
yeah, maybe like yeah, and in this game too, I think he's playing like Sicilian reversed. He played after knight f6, A3, so not too far away from his main line.
A3, his favorite.
Favorite move. D5, CD, knight takes D5, and he played queen C2. Do you think he's playing like the Sicilian, just reversed colors, yeah, hedgehog type position?
Yes, but that is quite common as I think you know very well because you have been playing the English Opening quite well in the
Yes.
past.
Yeah, in fact, I have been playing English for almost 1.5 years and had not phenomenal, but pretty good results with it. And okay, after the main thing which I liked about English was, as you said, less explode, less theory, but at the same time, very strong understanding is required to try to outplay your opponent. So in a way, if you are playing a player who is lower rated than you, English opening is quite a good choice.
Yes, I agree.
So after queen c2, bishop e7, knight f3, bishop went to f6. Yes, and Arvind played d3.
The move bishop f6 I don't really like. Just like in the reverse Sicilian, I would not like bishop f3 before black played f4, f5.
Yes.
Or before from the white side, white plays f4 and bishop f3 usually.
Mhm.
So bishop f3 is played often when white has left the b2 bishop undefended, and he has to go queen c2 for bishop f6 when black can push e4. So that is the usual case. So
Okay.
let us see if there is any idea.
So the queen being already on c2, bishop f6 makes no sense actually.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Okay, so after d3, castles, knight bd2, g6, bishop e2, bg7, and Arvind now played b4. But a note about this position and this structure with pawns on a3, b3, d3, e3, f2, g2, h2 is that white is playing in his first 3 ranks, and his structure somewhat symbolizes the hedgehog creature, and that's how the name has come, the hedgehog defense. Hedgehog is actually a pretty lousy creature, just like a mouse, but if you go near him to attack, the claws come up, you say it springs up from its body to defend itself. And that's the similar case with this structure. Seemingly white is doing absolutely nothing, keeping his pawns on the 3rd rank, but as soon as black tries to attack, I think white position has a lot of dynamism in it, with some breaks, d4 coming up.
Definitely, the hedgehog has a lot of potential, and I think it's like what you call a coiled spring,
Yes.
which could just jump back anytime. So you have to be alert
Yes.
with both sides, of course, not just from the black side, but even from the white side, you need to be alert to take the right breakthroughs at the right time.
Yes. And so, okay, this game developed a few moves further, but I think Arvind has a pretty comfortable position over here.
Yes, it's like the reverse Sicilian, and if you know in the reverse Sicilian, the sort of Paulson variation, white has a fianchetto variation where he plays g3 bg2. And over here, black has almost wasted 2-3 moves with bishop e7, bishop f6, then g6 and bg7. So I believe white has wasted one move. Of course, he's played b3 and b4. Quite often, black would play direct b5. But I think white is having much better chances because of he's practically, I think, a couple of moves up.
Yeah. So I think Arvind has a very nice position. I think we should move to another game, and that is the game of the Indian gold medal hope in the women's section, in the girls section, sorry, and that is Padmini Raut, and Padmini is the 6th seed of the women's section, and surely one of the best women players in our country. And she is facing Turkova Carolina with the black pieces, and the game went e4 c5, and Padmini played her beloved defense, the Najdorf variation. Yes. And I guess Najdorf is a variation which is played by, I mean, unrated players as well as the top grandmasters. What exactly is it that attracts people to this opening? I mean, can you just tell us something, Prathamesh?
I think Najdorf has a very solid reputation as being a sharp opening, and it has been, let us say, I think you can call it, it has been branded by some top players. Kasparov used to play this quite often, even Bobby Fischer. And the sharp positions arising were used by them to win against, of course, relatively lower rated players than them. So it attracts I think it's because of the fashion, or it's because of many world champions have been used Najdorf in their repertoire that it attracts so many followers.
But I was told when I was young, I mean, when I was learning chess, not to make side moves or rook moves, pawn moves, rook pawn moves in the opening. And suddenly, this move a6, which starts the Najdorf variation, is played by even Magnus Carlsen or Vishwanathan Anand and everyone. What exactly is the move a6 doing? I mean, I've never really understood it.
Of course, white very often has the knight b5 idea in the Sicilian when black plays e5, and there are, of course, main lines starting with such moves where black starts with e5, white goes knight b5. But this is an idea where black would like to play e5, or he could play in the he keeps his flexibility. He would go into the Scheveningen variations with e6, or he could play e5 and push the knight back without allowing the b5 square. Then again, it is very often possible for black to develop his bishop on b7. So when he has a6 and b5 rather than playing just b6, he has more dynamic chances.
So, okay. So yeah, a lot of benefits to the move a6, and yeah, no wonder why it's the most popular move. And after a6, opponent played bishop e2, e5, and Padmini played e5, knight b3, bishop e7, castles, and rook to e1. There is some really nice idea behind this move, rook e1, and somehow it leads to control of the d5 square.
Yes, black's main idea in this position will be to play d5 and break free. And generally, if black achieves it, then he is possibly comfortable or maybe even better. And this variation with bishop e2 short castle is quite positional, in the sense white is usually trying to just stop this d5 idea. And if you see that the d5 idea is stopped, black does remain a little bit passive. So that's the main point behind this. And rook e1 is followed often by bishop f1, because stopping d5 can be done in two ways. Either you have bishop f1 so that you are attacking e5 and black plays d5, or you can also go bishop f3, which is also a popular variation. I have seen it and even played it myself. So
maybe there is one more idea with rook e1 to play knight b3 to d2 to f1 to e3. Looks really ridiculous.
No, yeah, it may look like that, but it is one of the plans always in the mind of the white player who chooses bishop e2 and short castle. Because sooner or later, of course, you cannot go immediately because then you would be allowing d5.
Right.
But sooner or later, when you get a good control of d5 with bishop f3, the plan that could follow is also knight e2, knight f1, knight e3.
Okay. So basically, after rook e1, black went bishop e6, and as you said, stop d5 at all costs. Bishop f3. Now, I mean, the moves start looking much more logical after the explanation that d5 is the freeing move that black is looking forward to. Okay, so after bishop f3, knight bd7, and I guess now d5 is not really coming up, so white did go knight d2, and this is a really, the entire battle is revolving around that one square.
Yes.
And maybe that's what Sicilian is all about, d5 square.
Yes, just as we saw in every opening, in every variation, there is one basic theme that you look out for. And as we were seeing in different games, there was either the bishop coming out of the pawn chain to f5 in the Caro-Kann, or over here it's the d5 move that might free black's position. That's what the game is going to revolve around.
Right. So let us see if Padmini is successful to getting in d5. She continued with the move b5. So she is trying to play b4 to reduce one controller of the square d5.
Or rather, to provoke knight d5, when black could exchange one of his pieces on or one of her pieces on d5, and then maybe get bishop f5. So
yeah,
that is another idea.
So get the pawn to d5 so that no longer the d6 pawn is a backward pawn on an open file.
Yes, and the plans then changed. So far, what was revolving around black's move d5, then things start moving away. It could be the c file, the c2 pawn weakness, or the queen side advances, whatever.
Okay, so b5, and white continued with the move knight f1 as expected. And once again, the idea is to just get this knight here, or maybe this one. Okay, and Padmini was in time to play b4. So just imagine, okay, if I am one move late, say suppose rook c8, knight e3,
and then there is a piece coming to d5, or there is still not.
Maybe not. Maybe I made a good move. Rook c8. So if after knight d5 takes knight d5, bishop d5, I think I cannot.
But I think you're missing ed5 over here. That would win a piece instead of knight d5. So black would probably have to take with bishop first.
Okay, so that's a bishop trap. So I have to take with the bishop, and maybe now I can take with the pawn so that my knight can jump to the f5
yes,
square.
but white has to watch out for e4 always again after bishop d5.
Okay.
And, let us have a look.
Yeah, maybe bishop.
And then the knight coming to e5, or let's say.
But there are a few weaknesses.
So, yes, this is not very clear.
This is complicated. So okay, to make my point more clear, I would just make a bad move, rook b8, and after knight e3, b5. Now something like this would give white quite a pleasant position with a good control over the d5 square. Maybe. Okay. Possibly. Still, it's not so clear. Like
possibly.
Maybe
because we would like to have a bishop on c4 or b3 in this kind of position, not behind the pawn.
Okay.
Yet it depends on white when he would like to, rather than getting the knight, even get the pawn, as we just saw before, even provoking e4, so or getting to f5.
Right.
So different ideas would exist, but even the one you have suggested, getting a piece on d5 rather than the pawn, is definitely a possibility.
So after b4, Carolina went knight d5. Yes. No, sorry. First, Padmini went knight b6, enhancing her control over d5. And after knight e3, she went b4. And the opponent now jumped in to the d5 square. And after knight takes d5, ed5 was played. And Padmini went back bishop d7. maybe the bishop is going to come out from b5, and will have quite a decent future there. Or
Yeah, possibly F5 as
yes,
you suggest, or even maybe Rook C8 and getting on play in the C file.
yes, maybe this looks like very comfortable for black, right?
Yes, I mean, what the positional hold which White wanted to achieve through in this position was not really allowed by Black. I
Okay.
think the move B5, B4. Maybe White could, in some case, try to hold on B5 by playing A4 at some point. I think that would have been probably better, so that this knight is not really dislodged from C3, and then the hold would be more possible. So I somehow believe it could be a positional mistake to allow b5 b4 so easily.
Right. So I think Padmini, today the Indians are doing pretty well till now. We saw Vidit having, I mean, the top Indian players, Vidit having a very nice position against Ritwis, Parab, even Padmini having a pretty good position here. Murli Karthikeyan, the Indian hope, is doing well, the latest GM. So let us take a break on this note and hope that all these players do win their games. And yes,
Yes, we'll be back after a short break. You can continue watching the games on the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back after a small break, and we are joined here by none other than one of the best players of India and our medal hope in this tournament, Vidit Gujrati. And he played a wonderful game today, a miniature actually, against Ritwis Parab. So, Vidit, would you be kind enough to take us through the game?
Yes.
Okay, Vidit was black, and okay. Yeah, we have your game in this.
I think this was pretty standard. Here, most of the players go D into C3, and that is the more normal. But BC3 somehow I didn't like.
Okay.
His pieces are not developed, take such a strategically risky decision, and I thought somehow it didn't look good to me. But maybe it's all right.
Okay.
So
had you prepared something before the game in this variation?
He used to play this line, and I saw a few games, and I went over my notes, and but okay, this was already new to me. I thought before he goes D4 and E5, I should try to create some complications by playing E5. Like,
okay.
Okay, it's a little bit risky decision because I'm closing my bishop, but I thought if he doesn't play very accurate, I would be clearly better.
So he can go F5 here because I think you will just take and D5 maybe after E5. No, this position. After you take E5, white cannot really play F5 here. It might not be such a great move, yeah?
F5 looks a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
because I can just play D5 maybe.
Ah, okay, directly D5.
I think this position is wrong. 1 minute.
This is the position we got from the live field. So maybe I think bishop C2, E5, A4. Or maybe A4 here first.
Yeah, he played A4 exactly.
Yeah, okay. A4, E5.
Yeah. And now the thing is, like, if he goes F into E5, I had planned knight G4. He cannot play ED6 because queen B6 and then knight F2.
Okay.
So after knight G4, he has to go bishop C2. The thing is, I cannot really play knight E5 or bishop E5. For example, bishop E5 is just met by H3, and if I go knight E5, he'll just play D4. So my point was to play D into E5 or maybe queen B6. For example, if he goes now H3, queen B6, D4, E into D4. I was planning some sort of this.
Nice. A5. And yeah, he cannot take this because of D3.
Yeah, exactly.
So A5.
A5, queen A7.
Okay.
CD4, and here I was okay. Here I thought okay, I should have something, but I was planning to go something in the lines of like rook D8, for example. It looked interesting, and I thought okay, it will be fun to play this version.
Wow. So maybe
but
something
sure.
Like maybe bishop takes, rook takes. Yeah, but this might not be so clear.
Yeah, I was not sure.
Yeah. Okay.
But okay,
it's an interesting idea.
Any I can easily play D into E5 and have a normal game. Yeah. But he went for a safer option with bishop C2.
Yes.
This move somehow I don't like, and because now after this I got a very easy game: E4, knight F4, rook E8, and here I think he should have played queen F3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, queen F3. I was planning to go bishop G4 here.
Yeah.
Queen G3 and now bishop D7. A little bit sophisticated, but I thought it has.
So now E4 is hanging, and suppose he defends it with D3.
I'll go rook C8.
Rook C8, and
there are a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I guess everything is just really weak.
Yeah.
Maybe. So okay.
So, I liked my position, but D3 was I think a little bit passive because after D5 he cannot play ED5 because bishop g4, queen d2, and g5. And after the knight moves, I can go rook e2, and it's
Wow.
already hopeless.
Amazing.
He should have played knight into d5. I think queen f3 is really horrible. Like I thought it was the only chance. Knight into d5, ed5, bishop c3, and now rook b1. Here I can play bishop f5 and have a normal equal game, but I was calculating lines like queen d5,
Yes.
bishop b3, queen.
Maybe a check somewhere.
Yeah, queen c5 check or something. King h1. Okay, now bishop e6 is equal. But there was also one funny line, like instead of queen c5, queen d4,
Queen d4.
king h1, bishop g4, and there are a lot of crazy complications.
Wow. So you look really deep into a move which your opponent didn't even play in the game. So quite good calculation. Okay, so he played queen f3, which
Yeah.
was kind of
And-
not so good.
Yeah, and after this, I think his pawn structure is very bad. Just bishop g4.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. 3 pawn islands, and it looks really bad.
Yeah, also the bishops are passive. And
Right.
I just played bg4 and queen g3. No, queen c3, just pinning the knight, and then white has no tricks.
Yes. Yes.
After this, it was easy.
Yeah, but the final combination was very pretty, like that shot. Maybe we can just show
Yeah,
it to the. I think he played
Rook b1,
rook b1,
rook c8.
rook c8.
Already, like there are a lot of threats, and queen c3 is a major one.
Yeah.
I think he had to go bishop b2 here.
Mhm.
But even after this, I can play like bishop e6 or bishop d7, and black is better because the e4 is very big.
Yeah, this looks like really horrible bishop.
Yeah. He played bb3, and I think he was hoping.
Oops. Sorry. Yeah. He played
Bishop B.
He played bishop b3 here.
Yeah. I think he was hoping that I'll go queen c3, queen c3, rook c3, and yeah, knight d5. And white suddenly has counterplay.
Right, on the f7 square,
Yeah.
yes.
But I could even play rook into e4 here. The point being that knight d5 doesn't work because of knight d5, bd5, queen c5 check.
Okay.
But knight e4 was pretty tempting because
Yeah, knight e4, and this was a surprising tactic because the g4 bishop is hanging. And what had you planned
queen
for
c5,
this?
and if king h1, just knight f2, rook f2, and rook
With
e1.
a very pretty back rank mate.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think after knight e4, you had a winning position,
Yeah.
and you converted it within a few moves. Okay, so pretty good start for you at this tournament, and you must be feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the nervous tension is gone actually.
Okay, and so leading up to this tournament, how have your preparations been? Like,
I just prepared like I prepare for any other tournament. I didn't do any special preparations because I don't see like it's a normal Swiss event, and
okay,
you cannot prepare very specifically. And I just tried to prepare my openings, look at some combinations, the regular stuff, nothing special.
so you are saying this is just another event while the entire nation is rooting for you and putting. If I were in your place, I would have been really tensed and. I mean, thinking about the full nation. So you are not at all tense. You're taking it easy.
Previous years I was actually quite tense because it was my first experience. But now somehow I've learned a lot from the past two events. I think that's helping me.
Okay. So, and of course, your last time you had won a bronze medal, and so this year your aim is definitely to make it into a gold, right? But I guess you are not thinking about it.
I'll try my best.
Okay, and so with it, we wish you all the best.
Thanks.
And I hope that you come to this room more often to show us your games.
Hopefully.
And see you soon.
Yeah. Thanks.
All the best.
First,
Okay, friends, after Vidit's game, we have over here Robin van Kampen, and he is the Dutch top player who has come into this tournament, and he is rated 2640, and one of the best juniors in the world. Robin, you had a wonderful game today. Would you like to take us through it so that our audience could? Okay.
Yeah. Well, hi everyone. And today I won my game with black, so I'll show you briefly.
Can you come
Yeah.
Okay.
So can I move here?
Yes.
So we played. Can I switch the board maybe?
Yes.
Or-
You can do one more. Yeah.
Okay. Played knight f3. I was going to play a Nimzo Indian against my opponents. He played knight f3, d5, g3. So it was a Catalan, which he played before, and Catalan is a very solid opening, so I wasn't sure which line to choose. In the end, I just played, something I was not so familiar with. But
So I think Bishop e7 is the
yeah,
main
Bishop
line.
e7 is the main line, but it's also much more known. And okay, it's very solid for black, but it's not so easy to win the games also. So I just wanted to try this Bishop d6, which I think is not so bad. But yeah, it was kind of a last-minute decision.
Okay.
So Bishop g2, c6, queen c2. Okay, in general, in this line, one of the ideas for black is not to play b6 and all these kind of moves. I want to play mainly d takes c4, knight d7, and e5.
Okay.
And kind of try to equalize in the center and then play on. So queen c2 is a move. He doesn't need to play it, but I guess it's not a bad move. And here white has many moves like knight c3 or b3, and but he played rook d1, which actually I kind of forgot about. I should have checked it a bit more because this is exactly how they play with the bishop on e7 in this position.
Yes.
And initially I wanted to play d takes c4, but because after queen takes c4, e5, de, knight takes, bishop takes, the rook on d1 is pinned.
Yes.
So I think black is doing very well. But then I realized that if I go dc, he might go e4 first, with the point being if now we do the same thing, rook on d1 is still there, so and defended, so he can win an exchange like this and like that. Okay. So then I realized probably because he delayed knight c3 so much, I should play knight e4. And now he went knight c3, and basically if I want to use my setup correctly, I have to play f5. And I'm not really a Stonewall player, so I was a little bit, hesitating because, but I knew that I have to play it sometimes in this line. So I had a choice either to play knight d2 and do it, or to do it the way I did it. And this is also possible. But I didn't like that he can maybe play the plan with rook b1, b4, and b5 here. And okay, probably it's also playable for black, but I thought that in the game it was fine for me. Play f5 immediately. Okay, bishop.
Maybe the rook on d1 is not so well placed in this line.
Yeah, because whenever he takes now, I mean, firstly, the rook on d1 doesn't have a clear function, and in these kind of positions, there's always attack on f2. So that's why this Stonewall is probably a good version for black.
Right.
He played bishop f4, and now of course, I have to take, and he has this pawn structure, but I got a bit annoyed because the position is very, very close.
Yeah.
And okay, I think it's fine for me, but I was worried that maybe it could become quite difficult to win it.
Right.
But okay, I made a normal move, queen e7. Maybe it's not needed. I could start with b6. He played e3, which I think is also normal. I went b6, and now he started to think for a very long time. I think any normal move is around equal, like rook c1, bishop b7. Really, it's not such an exciting position, but he made it kind of exciting. By taking, which I think is wrong in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone's better on the queen side, it's probably me because I got bishop b7, rook fc8, a6, and b5, and I expand. And in a dream scenario, white wants to change his bishop on g2 and get kind of a good knight against the bad bishop. Okay. But he's very far from achieving this. So yeah, my coach told me that something went wrong around this point. So here the computer gives rook f1, which did not happen in the game. I think it's just a very weird move. I mean, there's no real point to do it. My opponent played bishop f1.
Ah, okay.
So it went completely different than because my coach just came to me and he told me like, okay, I don't know what happened in your game, but it looked completely stupid what you did. And I told him I thought it was a good game. So then we realized that something went wrong. Yeah.
So it was a transmission error.
Yeah, it was a transmission error. So
okay.
The point of bishop f1 being that after bishop b7, he goes bishop b5, and like I said, he wants to change his bishop,
right?
Because the position is so close for both of our bishops, so and he gets to play the knight on e5.
Maybe if it's white to move, he would be better in that position with bd7, takes knight e4, and putting a knight on
exactly.
e5.
So, for example, his dream position would be after bishop b7, this. Let's say I make a6, which is of course not very smart, but take, knight e5, coming back somewhere. And now he has this really good knight against my kind of dubious bishop.
Right.
Which, I mean, still, it's not completely terrible, but it's probably very nice for him.
Okay.
But I thought for a while, and I kind of played the move that I initially wanted to play, which is a6. Looks a bit strange because I don't develop my pieces, but once again, position was so close, I think it's okay. And now he took on e4. I think he really kind of didn't know what to do in this position, and the point is that we both cannot do very much, but my next moves will be developing moves, so it's a bit easier for me.
Right.
And eventually maybe I want to play b5 and expand on the queen side. But knight takes e4, I think it's really a big mistake. After f takes e4, he opens up my rook. Okay, he probably knight e5 he should play, takes. And of course, the position is still equal, but after g5, I think I just have a free attack.
Yes.
And he doesn't have clear targets. And one of my main ideas with this bishop f1 a6 there is that I can play rook a7 and rook to g7.
Wow.
So I think suddenly I was much better. I was quite surprised.
I think g5 was a very strong move.
Yeah, I think g5 was the key move of the game.
Yes.
So he played rook c1. Honestly, it looks like, okay, the only way for him not to lose a pawn immediately is queen d2. But I think here anything is already good for black. I mean, for example, something like this, and then coming with the rook or taking f4. So suddenly he just collapsed basically his position.
Right.
He played rook c1. I thought for a while about different options because I can take the pawn or I can play something like rook a7 first, but I decided just to take the pawn.
Okay.
And now he played what I expected, queen c6. Of course, the bishop would be nicer on d7, and then to cut off all kind of play from the seventh rank.
Yes.
But here I'm forced to play bishop b7. Here he can play queen d6, but at least he's a pawn down, and I probably still have attack. So he took, which I calculated. Now I played king h8, and the main idea is just rook g8.
So I was just thinking, what if rook c7 here?
Yeah, this is what I calculated. This was my main move, of course. Rook c7, I wanted to give check.
Okay.
You'll play king h1. I'll play queen g5. And now it's going to be mate on g1 or g2 if you move the bishop. So bishop h3.
Yeah, bh3 only move.
And now, for example, I thought that this move is winning.
Okay, with the threat of queen f3.
Yeah, so something like, wait a sec, was it here that it's winning? Ah, yeah, if this, I think I can even take. Oh,
sorry, I'll just bring the game back. No worries.
Yeah, right here. So rook c7, we said.
Yeah.
So check, and I thought that in this position, queen takes h3. I thought that I'm winning.
Oh, but maybe And the bishop on b7 does a good job of defending everything.
Yeah, it's good that it's there for one more move because I'm threatening mate.
Yes.
And okay, if check, some desperado, he can simply take the rook.
Yeah.
If check, there's simply yes. So this was kind of what I calculated to be winning, and it looks very forced to me. So my opponent had a little time. He made another move. He played bishop h3, which I didn't expect.
Okay.
And here I took another 10 minutes, and I think I found a very nice win actually. I played check. King h1, and now I was thinking, okay, basically I can try to go with my queen into his position and try to mate him, but he will take my bishop, and I don't know exactly. And I thought the most kind of classical way to finish it off is by bringing the only piece that's very bad into play, right? So I simply looked how I can activate it. I saw d4. Okay, normally you would say I will stop because I'm losing the bishop.
Exactly.
But I see that my pieces are so well placed. I just went bishop d5. I calculated this for a bit, and I realized that okay, if he cannot take my queen, it's just over because now everything is perfect. And okay, he had like 1 minute, he took the queen, but any other move.
But I don't think there is any defense now.
No, and exactly, and the game finished quite nicely. I think. I mean, I liked it very much, and made with the queen down. So I thought it was a pretty sweet combination at the end.
Yes.
And maybe it was not the best way by computer, but I think it's very nice to somehow manage to finish the game with this bishop, which was basically the worst piece of the whole game.
Right.
So yeah.
And I guess you played a very objective game. Like you weren't playing for a win or so, but just trying to improve your position little by little.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when you play a clearly weaker opponent, you can try to really complicate it very early and play something which is maybe not so good. But I generally like to just play chess and play good moves.
Okay.
And outplay my opponents from equal position, and that's more or less what happened.
Right.
So yeah.
So how are you enjoying India and the tournament over here in Pune?
Actually, when I first heard that we're going to play in India, I was a little worried because I heard many stories of like Dutch people getting a little bit sick from the food and so on. But so far, I feel really fine.
Okay.
And I think the hotel is just fantastic. The playing hall is very nice. It's a good temperature. At least I don't know. Everything's perfect, and so far I really enjoy my stay. So I'm very happy to be here.
Right. And you have come with Erwin Lamy as your coach, and so I guess you have a lot of preparations going on before the game and or something like that? Or how is your schedule basically during such a tough tournament, 13 rounds?
Okay, actually, he's the coach of both me and Benjamin, so we have to, see a bit how it is time-wise. Today, for example, I prepared a bit more with him because Benjamin's opponent was very unpredictable. But in general, we are with two other guys, so we kind of hang out with each other, but they're not with Erwin here. We would go to breakfast at some time that we like. Then around 10:30, 11, I guess one of us goes to Erwin. We start checking in opponents. Then we have lunch around 12:30. Maybe the other guy asks some questions, and after lunch he can come to Erwin for some advice, and that's more or less when the round starts already. So at least like an hour before the round, I like to just take it easy and maybe listen to some music or something. So I wouldn't say there's huge preparation going on, at least not for this round, because we were a bit tired and we went to sleep quite early. Maybe in the future, I don't know exactly when the pairings will be out. Maybe we'll prepare in the evening a bit as well.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it's a relaxed schedule.
Yes.
Personally, I like the idea that the round was at 3, but they changed it to 2:30. But 2:30 is fine too, as long as it doesn't get any earlier than that.
Yes.
I'm happy.
Usually there are morning rounds, so at least that is out of the system.
Yeah, exactly. Morning rounds are not my cup of tea. So.
Okay. So, and last question to you, like you are right now currently number 2 Dutch junior after Anish. I mean, he is also 20-year-old, Anish. And so, what are your future plans? Like after this tournament, what would you be playing? Like, would you be trying to cross 2700?
Yeah, that is one of my absolute goals. To be 2700. And well, actually, right now around this period, the seasons of the leagues start again in Europe.
Okay.
I play in 5 different leagues, so I'm quite busy with that. Those are usually on the weekends.
Okay.
And then there's this very strong tournament in Qatar. Starting
you're playing
at the end
Qatar
of November.
Open.
Yeah, I'm playing Qatar Open, which is I'm pretty excited because I've never been in basically a Arabic country, and also it's an extremely strong tournament. So that's a very interesting event for me too.
Right. So I wish you all the best for your tournament. 12 remaining rounds, and I hope you play more such wonderful games so that we have you more often here. And all the best. Have a great tournament.
Okay, it was my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Viewers, welcome back to the live transmission of the World Junior Chess Championship again. We are on our screens. We have a very interesting game between the Chinese player with the black pieces, Gu Tianlu, who is playing black, against
Sarsadat from Iran.
Sarsadat from Iran. Swati, I beg to tell you that I'm always poor with the name, so you have to tell me the name correctly. Sarsadat, she tells me.
Yeah.
So
She's commonly known as Sara, and she's a very promising player from Iran. Actually, recently in Olympiad, she was playing very well on board number 2, and she had a chance of medal also. But subsequently, she lost her round and lost her chances also. So we'll see her game here.
yeah, let's get the moves. Yeah, we are going through the moves now. Yeah, let me get the board here. So now this is the current board position I'm going now. So maybe we can go through it from the beginning too. Slowly we can just replay the moves. Yeah, I'm just going through the moves from the beginning here. Oh, we have Padmaneeru's game here, I think. Yeah, and to get it. Yeah, this is the position on the board, I suppose. Is this the final position in the Chinese players game? Just check it. Rook 8. Yeah, that's what we have on our monitors right now. So let me go through the moves here. So Gu went for Aslav, Bishop F5, A6. This is one of the modern lines where there is almost no clear way to play for white as well as black, and everyone plays with the feel of a position, with white always having a slight minute edge. So this is where we are. So it's one of those regular positions in this opening where white gets 2 bishops, but at the same time black having a solid position. So Swati, your opinion of how the game developed so far, and what do you think about the question now?
Well, white has an advantage of double bishop, but the position is quite close, looks close. And though white has a good dominance in the center, but black also has control over white squares. So if black can play bishop e4 or knight d5 and bishop d5, then probably black can also hold. Yeah, and the only problem is bishop on c3. It's doesn't have any future as long as white doesn't get any open position with e4 and d5. Then only it will come to play. So I think I'll prefer black this position.
Okay, that's interesting. It's white to play here, so I was just thinking if white goes e4 here, yeah, white goes e4 here, and then
d5. Oh.
d5 is not very clear whether you can achieve it immediately, but yeah, something like that. If white crashes through the opening, I'm sorry, the center, probably you'll get a dominance, but okay, d5 is immediately it's not happening because the d5 square is controlled. But so let's say after e4 and the subsequent moves, honestly, what's happening we don't know, and that's basically the board we have here. We have permanent cameras in the tournament hall, which allow us to transmit players playing from the hall here. So as you can see, basically it's a well laid out tournament hall. The only issue is, since the cameras are behind the cordon, we have arbiters running busy in the arena because it's almost the time pressure time and many games have already finished. So Swati, you're telling about the Iranian player. So, and also you say that she's quite a solid one and promising one, which means I think the Chinese player got a raw deal in the very first game. Yeah, she has a strong opponent to deal with in the very first game.
Yeah, just recently applied Asian Championship. There also she was playing really well. Actually, most of the tournament she was also leading in the Asian Seniors Women Championship, but then she lost to Irina Sukhandar and lost her chances then for the title.
Okay, she's kind of then Sara is kind of known in the Asian circuit. Yeah,
Yeah,
that means okay. Okay, so that's again having a long think. So okay, we can probably move on. We have got a feedback from some of our audiences that we haven't looked enough at the girl section, so probably we should go through more games. Before that, I would like to tell our audience that we have Twitter account at MCL_CIS. That is MCL stands for Maharashtra Chess League _CIS stands for Chess in Schools. So that's a Twitter account you're using. Any tweet that you send to us will be a good feedback to us. We would love to hear from our viewers of the program. So anything you'll have to contact us, you have to tell us, please tweet us at MCL_CIS. So that's the game on your screen now. We are expecting the top seed Fedosiev to join us anytime soon. We have got word that he has finished our games. We have got certain networking problems due to which we didn't have all the games live real time as they were going through. So we have the top seed already finished his game, whereas in our monitors, when you go through the game, only till about 15 moves are made, strangely. Anyway, we'll be having that the players here very soon with us, hopefully. Yeah, that's right. So Fedosiev game, only 15 moves have been finished online so far. We'll get them very soon.
We have a very interesting game also. Lu Shanglai has won very convincingly. That also we can see.
Okay, as you are looking for the game, quickly taking our viewers. The World Junior Chess Championship going on at Pune got a very rousing start. So far, we have had excellent feedback about the organization of the tournament and also the live broadcast. Of course, with any program of such a magnitude, we have had certain hiccups. So not all the games we are able to see on our monitors right away. So we are just going through some of the games and we are expecting some guests here. We have also heard that Nihal Sarin, the prodigy from Kerala, who has just won the World Under-10 crown just a week before the start of this tournament, has played a beautiful game today. And it's still going on, and his opponent is quickly, if we can see, his opponent is right. We are not getting that easily on our monitors. Yeah, Jonathan Westerberg from Sweden, rated 24-20, and it's still going on. And though we are not able to get the game on our monitors, that it has been really, really interesting to watch the 8-year-old prodigy in action. We are very, very eagerly looking forward to that, but unfortunately, we are not getting that on our monitors.
We have also one interesting game, Pranav Shetty against Duda. He has just sacrificed a piece also, and probably we can just have a look at that game.
Yeah. So, yeah. You're right, I got it. So, Pranav Shetty.
Yeah, we had just looked some moves, some time back, and
This is that Guico piano
Guico
that you're
piano,
talking
Bishop
about.
G5 variation. We are talking that it was very strange choice by White, because Black has not castled on the king side, and Black can attack very comfortably, and he can castle on the queen side. That's what happened in the game. Let's have a look.
Yeah, the game is going on in our monitors. Okay, for first looks, I think the opening battle was won by Black, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The knight on f4 is super strong. The bishop on g3. You know, it's a small story. When I was a junior, I was playing against an international master, a reputed international master from Tamil Nadu, T.S. Ravi, and in such a position with white, without thinking, I just took bishop to f4. And there was a senior international master, Ravi Hegde, standing behind me, and he just walked out from seeing the game. And after the game, he told me, you know what I told to myself when you took bishop f4? I asked him what? He says, Siberia. You should be sent to Siberia. More like bishop f4 shouldn't even cross your head here. However bad the bishop is, it should stay on f4 so that the g file or even the e file should never open. So the knight on f4 basically is the center of the attraction of the whole game here. And for first looks, white almost doesn't have any attack. In fact, the move knight into b3 looks a little strange for me, but okay. Probably the knight on a5 is always weaker than the bishop on b3, so he went for this exchange. Yeah, so this position, again, I would put all my money on Black, because it's a classic case of a kingside attack developing very, very easily. And just as expected, here comes knight into g2. Swati, knight into g2.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
sound do you think? Is it winning? Is it advantageous? Or is it good, interesting?
Of course, I'll bet for Black here. I think the pawns are just rolling on the king side with all the pawns going. King into g2 is forced almost, otherwise you just a loose pawn. And then h3 is also falling down. And this bishop on g3 is really stuck. You don't have any moves for that. And strangely, after some 2-3 moves, Black played slowly and convincingly converting this position.
Now, this is one interesting thing. After taking knight into g2, king into g2, we assume that, you know, white will automatically go for, sorry, black will automatically go for queen h3, but he didn't do that. The queen on e6, as you can see, was attacking the pawn on h3. So with the bishop on c8, the support of the bishop on c8. By the way, in chess terms, we call this as a battery. The queen on e6 and the bishop on c8 act as a single unit. So it's a battery which is trained at h3 square, the pawn here. Strangely, he didn't go for that. So he went for h5 here. So after h5, knight f3, now queen h3, and a cool move f6.
Yeah, that is
I
very
really like that.
surprising. That suddenly black was attacking. Black just gave two pieces and two small moves like h4 and f6, two pawn moves. But still, it's very strong, because he's not allowing to open anything and just supporting f6, the threatening h4, and I'm not able to see anything how white can stop that.
Okay. For first looks, definitely black's attack looks
Yeah.
crushing here,
Yeah.
honestly speaking. After all, these three pawns, or rather the two pawns, h5 and g5, are such a good battery that I do not see a way in which black can escape from this. I'm sorry, white can escape from this position. Okay, white is wriggling himself. One way that you can organize a defense is by the second rank. Let us say if white goes bishop h2 followed by f3. But the problem is black can immediately play h4 and g4 here. So for example, now black goes g4. I'm sorry, h4. But then bishop h3 and the queen on bishop h2 and the queen on h3 is attacked. Okay, probably things are not as simple as they seem. Yeah. So let's say in this position, black goes h4, white goes bishop h2, and I don't see any other move but to go back queen e6 for black, and then white goes f3.
Yeah.
So that is some kind of battery. I'm sorry, a formation that white can defend on the second rank with the rook on d2 coming in to defend those crucial g2 square and the knight on e2. But the point is, maybe black can just go h4,
Yeah.
and for bishop h2, black can just take queen into e3, f into e3, g4, and I don't see any easy way that the bishop on h2 gets supported.
Okay, there is some chance that white might take rook into f6 and g3 and just give back that, and then how he can survive that position.
Okay, so probably black is not overwhelmingly better here because of the sudden defense that white has organized in the last few moves. So I think this is quite tricky of white to go knight f1 and knight e1. This defensive concept, okay, not necessarily save the game for white, but he prolongs the fight very well and probably is just marginally worse. Yeah, so we are predicting h4 for black, followed by bishop h2, and then queen e3, f into e3. So in a position where the queens are exchanged, white can always count on chances to survive there. Okay, so that is something happening on the fourth board right then. Okay, Swati, a question to you. Sacrifices are always a part of chess. I feel that what enthuses people who start playing chess, beginners, the question of sacrifices, dynamism, attack, etc. But as a player, I've always found that after you played chess for some number of years and when you get an experienced player, it just becomes a way of life for you. I mean, whether you have to grind down a dry ending or whether you sacrifice like black did in this game and go for an attack, at the end of the day, we count it as a regular day in the office. But for beginners and for people who get interested in chess, sacrifices are fascinating. Where do you stand? Do you also take a pragmatic view like me, or do you feel that sacrifices are still certain magic for any level of play?
Yeah, I do agree actually that sacrifices probably for the beginners are the soul of a chess, that attracts. So that is the beauty of chess. Like suddenly nothing is happening and suddenly at some point some sacrifice comes made and it's like just over. So for them it's like, chess is a game of patience, and for them it's really difficult to play such a grinding and then grinding variations, like just take minute advantage and then convert it into win. Once you mature some level, then it is really interesting
to slightly outplay your opponent by maneuvering this type or that, and then the opponent doesn't have any chance or anything. So for the beginners, it's really interesting to have some combinations and play and win some game fantastically.
Okay, so you say that probably it is still the magic is good enough that it will attract them to the game more and more. Okay, one of the interesting games that we left in the middle was Benjamin Box's very interesting battle in the Caro-Kann today. We'll try to get that on our screens. Yeah, there you go. So somewhere around here, we left the game, from the opening stage. Okay, so knight b4 was probably was a new move in this position, and of course Bok was white there. Okay, so this was an endgame. Endgame is a part of the game, in my opinion, which is very, very underestimated and ununderstood, in my opinion. I find such a position, for both pieces, it's a fascinating thing to play. Of course, in this position, probably, white holds a lot of aces, but still there is a lot of play left for both the sides. So we went into such a position. Me and Sagar Shah were discussing this position, and he was of the opinion that white always has an advantage here because he had double bishop. Okay, now, and then he said that the queen side majority always comes into play. So this is a classic position where the queen side majority counts a lot.
Yeah, because white is just pawn up. Yeah.
Exactly. You see, yeah, here. The place where it got converted into material was somewhere around here.
Yeah.
The place here, yeah. So somewhere around here, when he played b4, the queen side majority was really, really exploited here. Of course, I'm threatening the bishop on c5, and if the bishop moves out, I capture the pawn on d4, and white is just a pawn up. So Sagar Shah was right in telling that the queen side majority will definitely tell at some point, and this was the place. But it's still interesting for me to see what black missed here. You have a fork. You're forking the rook on d1. I'm sorry, double attacking the rook on d1 and the knight on a4. And it's very normal always to count the rook to move or the knight to move. But the point is here is after knight c5, bc, rook d2. The bishop goes back, and after something like bc5, the d4 pawn is still attacked. I still don't know what black missed here, because instead he preferred to give the pawn on d3.
Yeah.
Like in his shoes, probably I would have seriously considered a move like bishop f5 or bishop e4 followed by bc, and what we are talking about is the bishop on c2 moving back, white playing b4 cross c5.
Yeah.
In reply, black taking knight g6 cross e5 and white getting knight f3 cross d4. So probably white is still a pawn up, but there is a presence of a double pawn here. So instead of that, it's interesting why black went for d3, pushing d3. And as it happened in the game, it just became a clear advantage for white.
Yeah, one another option was there with bishop e4 also.
Yeah.
That he can take bishop into f3 also, like bishop e4, dc5, bishop f3. If bishop into f3, knight g e5. Maybe we can just slightly variation.
Yeah. Okay. This is a live board, so probably I'm not able to make the moves on the board. I'll try to get it on chess base. So yeah, you're right. Maybe bishop f3, but again, giving up two bishops against two knights in an open position, or taking one of the bishops. Maybe that's what he thought. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I have a feeling that somewhere here, black lost his sense of gravity. I have a coach in Grandmaster Jonathan Rosen, who is one of the best authors on chess, in my opinion. Two of his brilliant books have been the 7 deadly chess sins and chess for zebras. He calls the ability to sense the right moves over the board based on your sense of understanding of chess, be it open game. He has an interesting coin of words for this. He calls it a center of gravity. So this is exactly the position where I feel black lost his sense of gravity. Okay, so you're talking about this, and what do you feel about the position now in this live position? I mean,
there
what
was
happened
one
later on?
another just for the viewers. There was another chance for knight into e5 was also there, but then probably that rook ending is clearly minus. Yeah? Knight into e5, knight e5, knight into e5, then bishop f4 pins and f6. But anyway, you will lose, and this pawn structure is really bad for the black.
That's interesting. In fact, that can be a very straightforward event here.
Yeah.
Knight c e5. Yeah. I think I should, get it on the analysis board because it will get very interesting by now. Anyway, I'll do that. Meanwhile, if you see, I was talking about the ending. Yeah, there was a straightforward way probably where white even goes for the straight advantage there. Okay, I won't be able to get on the board immediately, so I'll come back to the live position and try to explain live itself. Yeah, so there is a straightforward way here. If black takes knight into e5, knight into e5, black the other knight into e5, bishop f4, f6, rook a d1. The point is black cannot play rook a d8. I take the bishop on e5, I take the 2 rooks on d8, and the king and pawn ending may be very difficult for black because white has outside passer on the queen side. Let us say if white achieves a4 and a5, it looks possible, he is just simply winning. So I think this is probably what tilted the ending in white's favor. White's favor, and that is the reason why black could not recapture the pawn. But now that when we think about it, when black played d3, probably he didn't see this. Yeah. So anyways, it's very easy to be a commentator and definitely very, very easy to predict all this with the help of each other rather than battling it on the board. Okay, so looks like it's a good day for Dutch people here. Yeah.
Yeah, already won. Van Kempen has already won.
Yeah. And Benjamin Bok also seems to be doing very well. We are again looking for other games here. One of the difficulties we face is not all the games we're able to see live because of small lag in transmission. So if we have it faster, it will be even better. Anyway, let us move more into the game.
Yeah.
Now it got more interesting. Now in this position, after white got more of an advantage getting onto the b file. Yeah, this is a kind of position where you have the advantage of pawn up, but still you're still attacking, and white has a clearly advantageous position plus attack.
And so, here is a small tactical.
Yeah. This is a nice tactic. Yeah, white's knight on d6 is pinned to the rook on d3. Yeah. But white takes knight into b7. If rook into d3, he takes back knight into c5.
That is called fork in chess. That is attacking two pieces simultaneously. So knight c5.
Yeah, the knight on c5 is giving a check as well as attacking the rook on d3. Yeah. So black is forced to take c5. And what has white really gained from that combination? I'm curious.
Just one outside passer and.
Yeah, but he lost some control of the position. Yeah, I mean before the whole thing started here. See, somewhere around here, white's position looks crushing. Yeah, so I am curious as to whether this combination really helped him at all.
But it was already difficult after this knight d6 position. If you check, then to control support this c4 or a4 pawn. So I think white was forced to go into this position.
I would have somehow preferred to hold everything and play something like rook b5 here. The point is, after rook b5, let's say if white goes rook b5 here, the point is if you move the knight on b7, I go with the knight to d6. And you cannot come with the knight on d7 to b6. If you move the knight on d7 to anywhere else, I have rook b6 check entering into the position. So, this is something white could have just, again to borrow another word of Jonathan Rosen, the difference between being and doing on the chessboard. Rook b5 is a move of just being. I'm not really forcing anything. I'm not starting any event here. I'm maintaining my positions here, but at the same time, I'm tightening up my control of the position rather than doing something immediately. So, and it was which number of moves that?
Yeah, probably they are approaching time
they were
pressure
approaching
also
time
because,
pressure.
or maybe white is afraid of f5 also, f5 break again. Again f5, then knight d6, like it will be difficult. Knight d6, then knight d6, ed6, rook c6. And then supporting the d6 pawn might be a challenge.
Yeah, but f5, knight g5. I mean, we are talking about rook b5 here. Rook b5, f5, knight g5. You have another weakness to defend at e6.
Rook c6, knight d6. Also, because
no, rook c6, I can just probably. No, yeah, I mean, h7. Yeah. Rook c6,
sorry,
b7 is
9.
fine. B7 is fine. That's okay. So, I think somewhere here probably the time pressure held its point. So somewhere here, in my opinion, white lost some control of the position, probably. Anyway, he still has a pawn, he still has a bishop. So rook b8 and rook d5, bishop e3. Yeah, so this is where we are. He repeated it twice. You saw that? Yeah, okay. Okay, those viewers who are starting to play chess are getting interest to play chess, of course. 3 times repeating any position is called as photographic repetition, and the game is immediately declared as a draw. So if you saw here, the repetition started here, and the same position is repeated twice. And if the same position is repeated thrice, it's a draw. So that is why the white player who is a pawn up varied here. So after bishop b4, knight b2, what I predicted has just come, now white really has to show that he has enough pressure in the position to win. Okay, still I feel that the pawn on e6 is chronically weak. So for example here, at some point if white goes rook b8 to e8, attacking the e6 pawn, so probably he still has a very good hold over the position.
Yeah, but still probably rook check and rook d4, attacking both pawns. Okay.
There is a monstrous knight coming at d3 check. That's the threat here. Knight b2, I'm threatening knight d3 check here, and I'm forking your pawn on n4 as well as the bishop on b4. For example, I was counting on a5 here, but you cannot play a5 because you lose the pawn after knight d3 checking moves and knight to b4, rook b4, and the pawn. You lose the pawn on a5. Yeah. So when a natural move like a5 is not possible, that means black still has a lot of fight in the position. Okay, so this is where you come to. So white gives up the pawn on a4 and with the hope of gaining the moves just jumped suddenly. Okay, so knight on a4, rook on e8. Okay, he hopes to win e6 as well as g7. Knight c5 is not possible because he loses that, and now he gets a monster pawn on e6. Okay, once again white gets a clear upper hand. So Swati, how difficult is the technical conversion going to be?
I don't find it's very difficult because the passer there is e5 pawn is really strong, I believe, with the g7 also hanging. But only thing, white's king is little bit shaky, and he has to bring his king also if needed.
Okay, they say, in any kind of ending, they say that in rook and pawn endings, you should activate the rook. In bishop and knights, you should close the position if you're the knight, and if you open the position if you're the bishop. By the point in every game, there is one rule which is common, the king is the most active, the most important piece activated. So black's king, I wouldn't say it's active. In a certain way, it is away from the theater of action. White's king, yeah, as you say, may have some issues, but the point is, if when black plays 94 check and king e3, I don't know whether white king can be troubled at all. But the problem is you're losing the second pawn right now. Yeah, the g7 pawn can be taken right away by white. Bishop g7. Let's try to see it a little. Bishop g7, knight e4 check, king e3.
I would
Honestly,
suggest for rook d2. How can you look for rook d2?
You mean after bishop g7,
Yeah.
rook d2? Okay. So king e3.
King e3 is immediately rook into
G2.
Because king f3 is also a trap. You know, knight e4 threatening check and then rook g2.
Okay. So rook d2. I mean bishop. We'll start with bishop g7 for white, and then rook d2, king f3, knight e4. That's what you mean. Okay, I have to start first with g4 there.
Another also variation that if king f3, then black can again go for rook d3 check. White has to go back. Again, king f2, rook d2 might be a repetition.
So okay, then I just go for king e3 in the beginning itself.
Yeah, then rook into
so
g2.
King e3, rook g2, bishop.
Moves, then
I
knight
take the
d5
h2
check.
pawn also.
No,
I'm sorry.
I can take knight d5 check, and okay, f4 is also attacked then.
Okay. Okay, let's change the direction of the game unless completely then.
Yeah.
For rook d2 check, what if I go king g3? Is it possible? And I go king h3 and hide the king at h3.
Yeah, that is also possible. But then knight e2 check is coming, and it's difficult to support f4 pawn because you can't play king f3, knight d4
check.
No, knight d4 check, king a3, knight e6. You are attacking also d2, but king d2 is met with knight g7.
It's a little adventurous to analyze this position without silicon help.
Yeah.
Anyway, again, we will
And
take the excuse of being the
really
first day and
difficult
it's
for
a
the
new
viewers
job.
also to join our analysis as we are not moving on the board.
This is very interesting. Grandmaster Abhijit Gupta says one of the most favorite ways that he trains on chess is he follows as many live games as possible, and as much as possible he tries to calculate whenever he watches live games. He says this is one of the most efficient ways to train on chess.
Okay.
I mean, it was very attractive for me. You're having fun watching the game, and at the same time you're training. So
and improving.
Yeah. So, guys, please train. Please watch the game. Please calculate by yourself. Please don't be dependent only on us. Or cameras are centered around. Yeah. Let's again go to the Chinese game. One of the staunchest games in this game is proving to be the Chinese girls game.
One other interesting game, that Duda, where we were seeing he has sacrificed a piece, and then he was trying to convert it, and then we thought that White Pranav Shetty, he was defending very well, and we have come to some end game where Black has converted into exchange, but then we have to see how we will convert into winning the position.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the game on screen for you. Yeah, there we go. So this is that deadly looking king side attack which we were looking on, Swati. Yeah. Yeah. So let's get back to that position before we come to the current position. So yeah. So I hope everyone remember the story of the Siberia and everything. So this is how it went. So just as we predicted, White went on to give the bishop at h2. So now the pieces are equal. The piece that was sacrificed by Black has been given back. So trying to get an ending. Okay, so once again I would put my money on Black here, because at the end of the day he has a bishop in an open position with rooks. Once again, a small basic for those who are listening is those enthusiasts who are beginning to understand the game, who are listening, is that queen and knight is always a better combination than queen and bishop. Rook and bishop is always a better combination than rook and knight. Basically because the queen can change colors and attack the squares which are not covered by the bishop. Whereas with a rook, it's very difficult because it cannot attack diagonally. It's a small basic. So in future, as long as white retains both the rooks, he will have good chances of counterplay. But if black manages to exchange even one of the rooks, okay, even otherwise black is better. But if black managed to exchange even one of the rooks, is completely better. But the interesting part is black managed to kind of make all the pawns on the same side. This is something which could have been avoided if black wanted to convert. Yeah.
Probably I would go with white. White can probably hold this position as the pawns are on the one side, and just he has to bring his king on the queen side to defend.
He has brought it to the king side, queen side. Oh, we went back again to the king side. Okay. I was watching this live game between Vasilin Topalov and Vishy Anand, the World Championship 2010. So there was this game where Vishy was having double rook and knight, and Topalov was having his queen and knight. So Larry Christiansen, the American Grandmaster, who was commenting, so Vishy left off black king off the hook once, twice, and he said, you know, it's always very, very difficult to catch a knight, especially for Vishy, because Vishy likes knight. The point is here, the opponent has a knight, not himself. I don't know what I'm talking is relevant here, but anyway.
Oh, white just blundered because
white just blundered.
Okay. He can't take out the rook anywhere because just rook moves.
Okay. Which means he's got into a mating at some idea, yeah?
He probably went into king g1 and maybe this was unnecessary.
Yeah. In an Indian way of expressing, it's called as a self-goal. Yeah.
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah, I think this pin was what made the trick. What was the number of moves at this point?
Yeah,
they were off time pressure. Yeah, there was after time pressure. Okay. So I think this was a critical moment. White got himself into knots here. So rook h5.
So
yeah, h1. And one interesting thing is if the white rook moves to any other square, let us say if f6 or h8 or whatever, then black plays rook h1 check followed by bishop into knight. And if king into knight, then rook again checks on h2 and you lose a rook on d2. This is called a skewer. The nature of combination is called a skewer in chess terms. I'll go it slowly again. White rook on f2, let's say moves to f8.
Yeah.
Black rook on h5 gives a check at h1. The king moves from g1 to g2. Black takes bishop into knight. And the next move, white rook checks, black rook checks on h2, and this rook will be hanging on d2.
Yeah.
So in chess combinative terms, it's called a skewer. So I think this was the trick which made white lose his exchange here because there is no other move here. Yeah. What about king f1?
But then it will be really interesting.
King f1, what happens here? Was he really forced to play rook e2 here? So let's try to calculate. King f1, bishop b5 check. Yeah. Bishop b5 check is just finished. We need not calculate. Yeah. Thank God it was easy. So bishop b5 check, whether you go to e1 or g1,
no, you
again
still
come
use
back.
Exchange because you play rook e2.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course. So rook e2, bishop f3, and now, as we said, the previous move, the white rook goes up, then he loses by skewer. So he got himself into knots, and now black is winning. So that's
converted.
Yeah, it's a little sad that the Indian player got a very good position. I mean, he almost got a defendable position, but the knight on g2 proved to be crucial.
And another interesting game was Lu Shanglai. He won very convincingly. I hope we'll be able to transmit that game.
Lu Shanglai, can you please tell me which board number was that for? Okay, for some reason I'm not able to get for moves more than 14 here, more than 11 here. Let me try. Okay, we'll probably have to wait a little for game.
Okay, maybe we can shift to some girls because we are not been following. Let's see what Padmini is doing. She got very comfortable position after the opening. Yeah, we were thinking after Nashdorf.
Yeah, let me take it out for you. Yeah. Okay. I think and Sagar and Prathamesh went through till about the middle game here. Yeah. So we'll try to join after that. Yeah. So this is how the game went initially. It was a night off. I'm sorry. So we went up to here point. They were, of course, discussing the essence of this position. The d5 would be the controller of d5, or the whole play would be revolving around d5 here. It went just as they predicted. So this is where we went. Okay. This is a classical position from the Sicilian Najdorf. One thing is, in my opinion, probably somewhere here, White lost a little control of the game because once White does, if he doesn't get anything on the queen side, the king side generally in such positions is Black's territory. So with that in mind, somewhere here, for White, maybe she could have considered g4. I don't know. It's a strange move. The very first time I saw g5 was and Grandmaster Sashikiran played g4, and I'm sorry, Black playing g4, not g5. Grandmaster Sashikiran in such an innocuous position where all the books, all the theories that you study would be discouraging you from doing something like g4. He coolly played it in his youth years and won a game convincingly. But here the problem is, even after g4, Black has knight c5, he controls the e4 square. So, okay. I would say that already Black's problems or Black has solved their opening problems, and somewhere here I think already Black is slightly better. Once again, following up with my center of gravity theory, look at Black's pieces. Pawn structure wise, there are not many weaknesses for Black. You cannot really call the a5 pawn as a weakness. And the d6 pawn, because the pawn has appeared, White pawn has appeared on d5, Black's pawn on d6 is not going to be a weakness anymore. Whereas White's pawn on c2, whether it is kept on c2 or moved to either c3 or c4, it will always remain as a weakness. And then if you look at the king side, Black is always threatening play something like f5 and then bring the bishop to f6. This is a pawn structure which happens in Najdorf, Pelikan, Sveshnikov, that is on all these kind of openings. So I have a feeling that Black is always slightly better. Just as I predicted, the control of e4 square with f5 and bishop f6 and rook of c8. Yeah, I think this is a classic advantage for Black. Once again, Black need not do anything in this position. It is not very necessary that she should really have an active plan and play something and crush White. The problem is if she just manages to hold the position and keep on improving her pieces. For example, the bishop from d7 goes to e8 and f7, or the rook on a8, whether it comes to b8 and challenges the rook. You do little schemes like that. Or you do something major with moving the knight on c5, thus attacking the queen on c4, exchanging the queen, and then go for the c2. Either way, any of the schemes you do, Black is always going to be very comfortable here. So I feel that somewhere here, Black gained the upper hand very clearly, psychologically also. So how would you describe the game course of the game after this?
Of course, it's the best possible position Black can achieve in the dash operation, but somehow we are not able to go beyond this point. So we'll come again.
Yeah, our transmission is at 27, Mukhya.
Yeah.
So, okay, probably Black has gone to a position where she can't improve her pieces, or maybe she's tired of improving her pieces to a maximum. So she decides to go for action here. You know, there is a small joke about improving your pieces. Grandmaster Sakis, Lev Sakis, the Israeli Grandmaster, originally from Russia. So I had a session with him for about a week, and after we all got tired and after we all got too much wisdom in our heads, one day out of a little bit of frustration, I asked him, Senor, Mr. Sakis, how does one become a Grandmaster? What is the easiest shortcut? He says, put your pieces on the center, you will become a Grandmaster. So
Okay.
I think, you know, okay, the moral of the story is you just develop pieces and there is no end for developing. Finally, somewhere around here, Black decides to strike. Yeah.
I think it's minus, yeah. But I'm not able to see how
White
it will
can
be
fight back.
defending, yeah. How we can counter chance, counter attack or something, because you can't support with rook on even rook d1, like rook e d1. Then anyway you are losing an exchange with the fork what I had told earlier, with knight coming to c3 after the exchange and attacking many pieces simultaneously.
Oh, then probably she lost the exchange already.
Yeah, but she has to go rook bd1 supporting. That's the only way.
But that's very ugly.
Yeah.
You go rook b d1, then I go rook a to a8 to b8.
Yeah, and
You know, I was about to say that somewhere here Black is also having the roller fy to f4, and then e3, or all sorts of things are happening. Okay, I think Padmini is going to have an early dinner today. Looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we move on to the next game, and I think we should also be moving on in commentary. We should have break now, probably. Well, anyway, pick the next game, probably. Oh yeah.
And okay, now we can see Lu Shanglai's game probably. That's very interesting. He had probably a simple cake. And he won very convincingly in 26 moves.
I'm sorry, which one is that?
Lu Shanglai.
Is it board number beyond 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I got the girls' games. Just a minute, I'll take it out for you. Yeah, so yeah. So there you go. So yeah, Lu Shanglai and Hinian. Oh, the game finished. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably from the beginning, we can have a go
Yeah.
through. So as we do that, we would have a break in commentary here, and we'll be replaced by two co-commentators.
So welcome back, viewers, and I think Sarvanan and Swati had quite a long session, and now I and Prathamesh are back, and we are going to start seeing a few games, and we'll start off with Lu Shanglai's game against his opponent Indian, and Lu Shanglai won very quickly. Maybe we can just have a look at that game. Once again, it seems like it was an Ashdorf. Okay, 4 c5 3d6, bishop e3.
They're one of the sharper variations.
Okay, and I think black can go for e5 or e6, two setups, but he went for the Scheveningen setup.
Yes.
And white went g4,
which must be pretty topical.
Yes.
I think just in the spirit of Keres attacking the Scheveningen.
Exactly. And h6, h4. White's play looks very natural here, yeah? Just push his pawns. But yet g5 is not a threat because the rook on h1 is unprotected. So after knight bd7, rook g1.
These are the typical moves.
Yes, with the idea of g5. Attacking the pawn on e4 now. And queen f3.
Queen f3 with the idea of castling long as soon as possible and starting the initiative on the king side, maybe with g5 and an attack. And already we see g5 will most likely be followed by g6 with some sacrifices coming.
Yeah, so if g5, h g, knight goes to d7, then g6 might be very strong.
Yes.
Okay, so he went already to d7. And white still went ahead with g5. After hg, bishop g5 was played. Queen b6. I guess white should just long castle now.
Yes.
He did that. Queen c7.
I don't know what exactly black achieved with queen b6, queen c7, because in any case, white was intending to castle long.
So I guess as we see, this might be one of the main differences between a 25-50 grandmaster and a player who is not so higher rated. They tend to sometimes waste their moves in openings.
True, very true. And this is a major problem. Even in intermediate players, they are not understanding the logic of the opening, the logic of each move. And I think when you begin to understand that, you actually start grasping. That is what you call positional understanding. Of the higher players, they understand the logic of every move. So hardly any moves are wasted in their games.
Right. So and especially if you're playing a Sicilian, every move's worth is in gold. So
sharp Sicilian.
Yes. I can already see later on some sacrifice might come on e6 with the knight on d4 and bishop on h3. You only have to somehow play b4 and push away the knight.
Of course. b4 would already have almost trapped the knight now. But
Right.
of course, black had to play b5. So was b4 working before? Just can we have a look instead of bishop h3? What is happening exactly?
Yeah, over here if b4. I don't see where the knight can really go to.
Yes.
But maybe he would play knight e5, attacking the queen on f3.
True.
And after the
Let's
queen
say
moves,
the queen moves knight cd7, then the white king queen side is weakened right in front of his king. So knight e5 is an easy tempo.
so that was a small trap, provoking b4, which he doesn't fall. So still, I mean, if you play b4, knight e5 would come.
Again, it's the same idea. But also now the a4 square is available for black, so in any case.
So queen g3, b4.
Yes. Is it right now?
On d5?
D5, E6, many tempting continuations.
Maybe knight d5, ed5, ed5 is a typical Sicilian sacrifice with the rook coming on the e file.
Yes, with all the pieces lined up for the attack. If black is able to put knight e5, maybe white already has f4.
Yes.
So knight d5 looks quite possible.
Yeah, otherwise going back to e2 doesn't look so tempting. I mean, you might lose the e4 pawn.
It's what I would say, it's not in the spirit of the position.
Correct. Yeah, and Lu Shanglai goes for that. Of course, Lu Shanglai, as we all know, is a very strong blitz player, and in the recently concluded World Blitz Championship, he was, I think, after around many rounds playing against Magnus Carlsen on the top board.
Oh.
So this guy might not have taken much time for this sacrifice.
Yeah, good blitz players are definitely likely to be very sharp in tactics.
Yes. So after ED, as we said, rook is coming to E1. Maybe in such positions, the D4 knight also jumps to C6.
Yes, definitely. That's on the cards.
Yeah. And the main difficulty here is what should black play, because every move kind of seems to be bad.
Yes. Black is almost stuck now with the bishop on F8, and how to wriggle out, how to get the king out, that's the problem.
So here I think quality is prevailing over quantity. Why? Black has one piece more, but D4 knight is excellent, G5 bishop is amazing, bishop on H3 is excellent, rooks are in the game, and look at black.
Yes, there's this huge difference in the number of pieces in play. That is the basic idea of positional sacrifice, where maybe it's not like a combination where nothing immediately is happening, but the value of the pieces clearly states that justifies the sacrifice.
So knight e5, and I guess f4 should be played. And yeah, white's moves are so natural. I mean, we don't even need to think much.
Yes.
Bishop h3. Yeah, maybe fe5 was taken.
Dangerous, yes.
And de. Okay, making use of something. If the queen takes on h3, then e takes d4. But
I think there is a rook check after that. If e4, so
yeah. So if ed4, rook he1, and there is no good way to interpose or move the king anywhere, it's made. Oh. This game was a complete thrashing for black.
Yes, a typical sacrifice that goes like that is. I think in positions where the knight is sacrificed on d5, there are many games where it's a complex battle. Whether white gets knight c6, whether black is able to get his king out to d8 or f8. But in this game, it was just overwhelming, and I think it's basically because black wasted many moves with queen b6, queen c7, knight d7. That kind of delay in development is the principal reason why this is completely disastrous for black.
So a simple advice to everyone who is watching there would be, if you intend to play a sharp line in the Sicilian or in any opening, try to at least know what you are doing or know the tactics or the threats. If you waste even one move, you can really get blown away from the board.
Yes.
So f6, and now the material is even equal. So I mean, there is no question that white is winning.
With so many weaknesses in the black camp.
So knight e6, queen d7, bishop e3. Yeah, I guess we can stop here, but no harm in seeing a few more moves.
Yeah.
d6.
I mean, it's just a matter of technique now.
Queen c6. And the funny thing is, rook on a8 is on its initial square, rook on h8 is on its initial square, bishop on f8, and king on e8.
Yes.
And so it's horrible. Okay, queen f5.
The g6 square was inviting.
So now I can take on g7. Maybe I can give queen g6 check.
White has a choice of winning continuations. It was
takes rook
just a
f8.
cakewalk.
Queen h5. And yeah, he I think he resigned over there because king d8, rook d7 check, and should be over. So, well, it was a nice game, and
yes, it was a typical game where a stronger player shows rather punishes his opponent for fundamental mistakes like wasting moves in the opening, not playing any logical moves. And that's what we saw today. In not just in this game, but quite a few other games, we saw that such typical fundamental mistakes were punished by stronger players. That is typical to the first round, where stronger players beat weaker players according to the pairing.
Correct. So okay, maybe we can see one more game, and maybe we can see a game by the Indian star. Just a second, maybe I wanted to look at the game of Arvind Chidambaram because he won his game, And the news out here is that Murli Karthikeyan, who needed just one ELO point to make his GM title, lost surprisingly against a lower rated player. So that is a big heartbreak for him.
Yeah, he lost in 39 moves. The live transmission was showing 13 moves. So I suppose there are some errors in the live transmission, but the news is that he has lost the game.
Yes.
Which is a major upset, of course. Not only because he was closer to his GM title, but also because he's one of the higher seeds over here.
Right. So coming to another game by an Indian, Arvind Chidambaram, and Arvind was, as we discussed this game, started off with B3,
yes,
his favorite move, and then it transposed into this little hedgehog, which we were talking about, a spiny creature which doesn't let you come close to it.
Yeah, and Black has wasted many moves, as we noted.
Right.
Going bishop e7, f6, and then g7.
Yes.
So
he could have directly developed the bishop there. So 3 moves wasted almost. Okay. So rook. Last move was castle, and g5.
After wasting so many moves, starting immediate play, active play, is a very dangerous idea, I think.
You know, the first move that comes to my mind in this position is d4.
Yes, same here.
Same, because the point is, as I think every coach tells his student, a flank attack should be met with a break in the center or some play in the center. And I think d4 looks really normal, because I think after d4, but there are some technical problems, like if d4 takes d4,
ed4 and the e2 bishop is hanging.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, it has probably to be prepared. Let's see some ideas.
Maybe
white.
Yes, maybe you cannot right now push your pawns. Rook e1 looks like an, but then g4 is trapping the knight. Yeah.
Yes, I think maybe white could play in typical Scheveningen style. What Black does in the reverse Sicilian, just get his knight a nice square on d2. Maybe he can remove the knight from d2 right now, and if g4 is pushed, he gets the f3 knight to d2, and then he has ideas of playing d4 or e4, or maybe knight e4 or knight c5. So I think that would be a nice counter.
So you said to play to b3.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, and Arvind Chidambaram did that, and he is looking to go to c5 in a way also at some point, right?
Yeah.
So g4.
Knight d7. This is typical knight d2, typical Scheveningen play.
Yes.
In the reverse Sicilian.
So I guess if you start studying Sicilian quite deeply, then c4 becomes a very good option as white also, so that you can play it with both the colors.
Yes, definitely. Of course, with c4, e5 would be a reverse Sicilian, but c4 can be answered with other moves also, which need to be studied again if you want to play it professionally.
So yeah, queen h4, maybe f5, f4 is the usual way to attack in such positions.
Of course, with the e3 pawn hanging there, that idea needs to be.
Yes, but f5.
Yeah, f5, f4 is typical Scheveningen plans. Again, of course, queen h4 is what white does. Queen h5 in the Sicilian, and he brings f4, then rook f3, rook h3. So here it would have been f5, rook f6, rook h6. But in this case, rook e8 is not the right move for this kind of attack. So.
But he is threatening rook e6, rook h6.
Rook h6. I think there are various ways to stop that. One is to get the rook, f1 rook out and put g3 and knight f1, or g3 bishop f1 bg2 followed by knight f1. Those are the typical Sicilian ideas that are used to counter. But of course, with some extra moves for white over here, since Black has wasted his moves, there might be other possibilities available.
Yeah, but judging from the way you are speaking, I think you are so well versed with the Sicilian defense, and I think you have made a living out of that opening. So can you just share with the viewers, like, what would be the best way to learn this really complicated opening? Like, it has so many variations and everything. How did you go about learning this with the black pieces?
Yeah, I think you have to see a lot of games of grandmasters and how they are continuing, and from both sides, like the attack, the defense, counter attack. As you know, Sicilian is a counter attack. So
often with the white side, white tries f4, g4, g5. But black is able to, as you know, in the fundamental way, counter in the center with e5 or d5. And when you see a lot of games and when you practice, you also need to play. I played a lot of games in tournaments. And when I was rated around 2200, I used to play many tournaments in a row. And I got a lot of valuable experience, which sort of gave me ideas on how to handle this position. And not only playing, but also after playing, it is important to analyze your games and understand what you have done right or wrong. That's how you go on learning in chess.
Good books on Sicilian that you would recommend to the viewers, by which they could maybe.
Nowadays there are many books, of course, but there are some books on Scheveningen. I think I had probably seen a very old book, but just partly, book by Kasparov and Nikitin. I think it was his trainer, one of his trainers.
Right.
There was a book on Sicilian, which was interesting, but I didn't go through it completely. But I went through a lot of games anyway.
Okay, so maybe that book can be interesting to read. And as Prathamesh says, rook e6 to h6 mate can be simply prevented by removing the rook and putting the knight back to f1. So Arvind started off with g3 here.
Yes, provoking queen h3 so that rook moves, and then bishop f1 will attack the queen with a tempo, and then you go bg2 and knight f1 with a very solid defensive setup. That is the main idea of this. Then you are ready to counter in the center at your will, of course. And if the queen goes to h5, sometimes what happens is when black gets rook e6 and rook h6 to attack h2, the point is the pawn on g4 is pinned because of the bishop on e2, so white can simply put h4. Of course, those ideas are need to be calculated properly, because black has ideas like bishop f6, bishop into h4, a piece sack.
Right.
So things need to be worked out.
Okay, but I think the black player went queen h6, and just like the Lu Shanghai game, we are looking at some sacrifice on e3 now. But it doesn't look.
But black's pieces totally lack coordination for those kind of sacrifices, and it is white's pieces who look better coordinated. So I think black's queen h6 move is just a one-move threat, maybe even if it exists. And in general, black does not have any future prospects with this move. That's what I believe.
Right. I would also strongly consider over here to play e4 if it is possible. What do you think? Because later on, if I can get d4 in, maybe it's pretty good.
Yes, e4, d4 is a typical idea. Sometimes when white plays d4, black has either e4 or ed4. So e4 followed by d4 is again a typical idea.
And and the knight cannot come to f4. But Arvind played it simply. He just moved his rook to e1.
I think he wants to maneuver his bishop to g2 first, make it quite strong.
Right.
That's what I feel.
So in a way, this g5, g4 idea has been not so successful because no longer the rook can come up.
Yes.
So okay, f5, and now maybe he's threatening f4.
Yes, looks like, but his piece bishop on c8. I really doubt if things are going to work for him, because if you move bishop f1, you are simply stopping f4 prophylaxis as well as getting the bishop to a good diagonal. Because f4, ef4, the rook on e8 is hanging. So I think bishop f1 is likely coming.
So how about another motive in the Sicilian to break with e4 here? That can also be an idea.
Yes, true. That is.
But yes, bishop f1, knight e7, a4, and again a small tactic.
So if knight into b4, the tactic is queen c4 check, is it?
Yes, and knight bd5.
Follow it with e4.
E4, then maybe we have. Yeah, maybe is it possible to go b5 then? For example, if knight takes b4,
but ab5 and then the rook on a8. Okay,
no, but
I want ab5 before attacking the queen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe knight b4, queen c7 is also there. Okay,
yes,
in worst case. But okay, maybe first check knight bd5. b5, and yeah, maybe just move the queen to.
How about ab5, queen b5, attacking the rook on e8 and the rook on e8?
Okay, Right. That
course,
looks
but
very,
yeah.
very simple because rook a1, queen
No, no,
e8.
it's not over yet because black can play c6 again.
Okay.
Of course, white has won back the pawn.
Right.
And his rook on a1 is supported. But I think in that case, maybe knight before queen c7 could be stronger.
Yes, knight before queen c7, but even queen c4, knight d5, and e4, as you said, b5, a b5, queen b5, c6.
So you like that
queen
position
c5.
for white?
Yeah, queen c5, and maybe it's just
Okay,
better.
c6, white can come back queen c4. Again, the knight is pinned, the rook on a1 is supported. So
Oh,
that would be very
true.
good, right? Yeah.
But then again, yeah, no bishop a6 because yes. So okay, maybe a4 was a nicely calculated move by Arvind.
Yeah.
Bishop e6. Oh, is he inviting knight c5 or knight b4 is coming to knight c5?
Knight c5, knight before queen.
c3.
Queen c3, knight d5 is good.
Yeah. So maybe here Arvind has to go ahead with b5.
Or could it be bishop c3, queen b2? That would be one plan.
Yeah, but b5 and just take on
b5
c7.
and c7 is hanging.
Yes, maybe it's possible. Yeah, b5,
Yeah.
knight b4, and yeah, maybe just okay. He didn't take it.
c5 is a knight in trouble.
Yeah, maybe if you took on c7 also, it should be pretty good, according to me, because then b7 is also hanging.
I suppose after you take on c7, there are ideas like rook c8 and knight c2 somewhere.
Yes,
But
but
of course,
of
queen
course,
b7.
yeah, you win so many pawns.
No, it I feel.
But still, queen,
Rook a c8. If you win queen b7, maybe bishop d5, and
okay,
I don't know.
maybe your queen is in some danger in the enemy territory.
Okay, some counterplay, but although it could also be working.
But
So,
queen c5 maintains the control on the position, right?
yes, after knight b d5, I think white. What do you think white can play after knight b d5?
Yeah, maybe just take on a6 is one possibility because later on I can have d4 ideas if the rook takes. Yeah,
Yes, ba6, rook a6 looks almost good, but then there is a d4.
yeah, d4, rook
Rook
c c6.
is there.
So, not so easy.
How about e4 somewhere?
Yeah, e4 here looks
E4 looks
tempting.
dangerous.
Tempting, yeah. Yes, and he did exactly e4, b6. So we are analyzing this game quite deeply. I think main intention is to get a feel of this Sicilian type of positions. Maybe we can now play through this game a little bit faster.
I think because white is just better now.
Yes.
Let's go faster.
Queen c1, knight b4, and now take on a6, f4. He's got some attacking chances, but
No,
again,
I don't think this attack is going to work because at least you need a queen, rook, and more pieces. With the bishop on f1, I really don't see how. Because even if you get f3 and you want to try some tactics, anytime the typical Sicilian idea exists where white plays h3, g into h3, king h2, and
Yes.
the attack is stopped.
so yeah, if he goes f3, you go h3, give up the pawn, and then block it with king h2.
Yeah, that's a possibility, although it's not. It's just simply not necessary.
Yes, I mean, if it's his pawn, he can never get inside.
Yeah. So shield yourself with your opponent's pawn.
Right. And after fg3, hg3, rook f1, rook f8. And yeah, now I'm thinking black is intending some sack on f2. It's usual, right? To sack one, rook on f2, king f2, queen h2 check,
Yes,
and then
bishop
bring
g2,
the other rook.
So definitely that is on the cards, and white will have to do something prophylactic for it.
Yeah, but maybe it's not so dangerous because you're finally giving up a rook if there's nothing happening.
No, I feel when rook f2, king f2, queen h2, bg2, rook f8, there is hardly any piece. You cannot put knight f3. So if you have to go give a bishop on g2 and move your king out, then you're really messing up a good position.
Right,
That's
right.
what I mean, giving counter chances from
Unnecessary
good position,
counter
yeah.
chances, yes.
So how do you think can black take the prophylactic and just stop this idea?
Right. Yeah, maybe
So
bg2 can be one idea.
Yeah, bg2, rook f2, king f2, queen h2, and that can be followed with
Oh.
a simple. What?
I have another idea. How about bishop c4 here? It looks pretty interesting.
Okay, so rook f2. Do you want?
I
bishop
just
into
take on
e6
e6.
check?
Yeah.
And if king h8.
Maybe now I take on f2, queen h2.
King e3, bishop h6.
That looks too dangerous.
That's very dangerous. So white has to be careful, I suppose. Such ideas.
Rook f2 looks powerful, but
yes, initially it seemed like bishop e6, black would be forced to get his queen out of the attack with queen at e6. But king h8 seems like dangerous. Although after king h8, there is could be knight f1.
yeah, knight f1.
Queen h3, king f2. That's quite possible.
And then if rook f8, then
Then
I
king
think
g1 back.
okay. Yeah, so bishop c4, rook f2, knight f1, bishop e6.
Oh, but then black has perpetual with rook into f1, queen g3 check.
Yeah, but okay, yes.
So this idea, black's attacking idea of rook into f2 has to be worked out properly at this level, of course.
Yes.
Whatever tactics are available for black, because if those tactics are stopped, white is simply having an overwhelming position.
True. Let's see how Arvind dealt with these problems. He played knight to c4.
I like that move because he's simply inviting a queen exchange, and that would be very logical to just.
That's a very
stop
nice move.
Any attacking ideas.
It's like we were trying to calculate crazy lines, and he comes up with a very simple solution. I think that's the trademark of very good players. They don't indulge into complications when not required.
No, I think that's what prophylactic measures we were talking about. If we would give a little bit of thought, of course, I'm sure you would find. I think that's a sort of a difference when you're giving commentary. You keep talking, and you don't have time to actually think and find good moves. So
True.
Probably that is the reason we make mistakes sometimes.
Maybe we will get better at it by the end of a few more rounds.
Practice makes one perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so Samit, I mean the black player over here, he is Muhammad Ashraf. He still went ahead with sacrificing the rook on f2.
Looks quite strange after the queen exchange.
Yeah, but maybe he has this intermezzo, rook takes f1, and then the c4 knight would be a little bit unprotected.
Okay, of course, black would after queen h6, rook f1. Let us have a look. I think rook f1 is practically
I think he will take on h6.
Yes.
Taking rook f1.
Bishop
has to take.
Now to solve the problem of the knights, I think d5 is
Yeah,
coming
d5
simply.
is simple.
And
or maybe
being exchange up, I think white does not even have to calculate much.
Do you think knight e5 is also?
Why give the knight on b3?
Yeah, true.
Just d5.
d5, and he took. He's playing.
Okay, I
like
think this is just desperation
Mikhail
now,
Tal.
and the game could already be over. But he wants this tactics. If ed5, let's say if he gets bd5 and bishop e3 checks, something like that.
Yeah, but
those ideas can
c1.
be stopped simply. No, not rook c1 because
Oh,
bishop
okay.
c1.
No, but I have this knight defending on e3, so maybe I can just bring the knight back to d2. Yeah,
yes,
that can be an easy defense. And yes, everything is in control, and maybe for Arvind, who is a very good endgame player, this should not be too difficult.
He's a rook up, right? Just an extra rook. So that should be a cakewalk.
Okay, so maybe we can look at some other game, any good game.
Yeah.
I had one more game in my mind. Maybe just a second. So Arvind Chidambaram was on 2-4-8-5 before this game. Maybe he gains another 2 points here. So 2-4-8-7.
Inching closer to his title.
Yeah, with 3 GM norms and 2-4-8-7 rating, I think he is well on track to becoming a GM.
Yeah, these two kids, Arvind Chidambaram, Murli Karthikeyan, are to watch for. Even though Murli has lost his first round, I think he's such a dynamic and young player, well prepared and tactically sharp. He is definitely going to bounce back.
Yes, and did you know that Murli Karthikeyan was in some problem solving competition he finished third international problem solving, so you
Yes.
can know where his tactical prowess comes from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe now the game which we all discussed for a long time in the first few hours,
Yes.
Wei Yi versus Muthaiya Al Muthaiya.
The thriller of the day.
Yeah, the thriller of the day, and somehow this was the live transmission was stopped midway, and we have got the game now.
Let's go to the start for viewers who logged in a bit late.
Okay.
Let's quickly through the opening phase.
Right. So maybe e4, and this was a Rosolimo.
Sicilian Rosolimo, this anti-Sicilian, what you can call it.
Right. G6, bishop c6, dc6, h3. I think usual is d3, but okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't
D3
matter.
and H3 can be interchanged. Probably.
Okay. bg7, d3, knight f6, knight c3, castle, bishop e3, attacking the c5 pawn, and knight d7 is a common idea here.
And as I explained, the center for white is pretty solid. And since we just discussed a few moments ago in another game, flank attack should be answered with a strike in the center. Since black's pawns have been doubled now on the c file, his d pawn does not exist to actually strike in the center. So I think white, for that reason, had a good chance to start a flank attack, and that's what we saw. The top players also going through logically.
Yeah,
and through the fundamentals.
that's a very important point, because I had seen a game of Stenitz in which his opponent struck in the center with d5, and Stenitz had the same pawn structure d3, e4, and he maintained that structure with queen e2 and then started with h4, so that his center is strong, and then he starts the flank attack. So it's pretty similar to what you are saying right now, that if the center cannot be destroyed, go for a flank attack.
Yes, there is a good chance.
Yes. So queen d2, threatening in some cases bishop h6. Don't you think e5 sometimes is logical here, so that later on you can go rook e8, b6, knight f8, knight e6, something like that? Some plans like that?
Yes, those plans are typical for the black side in the Rosolimo, but I think black does that very often before short castling.
Okay.
Although they must be existing before. Yeah, even after short castling e5. I've seen some strange moves, like white goes with knight h2 or something, then white plays f4, e into f4, then black has to play f6 somewhere. Yeah, those type of ideas have existed.
Okay. So, all right, rook e8. He doesn't want to exchange the g7 bishop, so he drops it back. And now, as you said, that was the start of the interesting part of the game, h4. So, if you are black, your immediate concern should be, how can I gain counterplay here? Because white has a simple plan of h5.
h5, opening the h file, long castling, bringing the other rook and going for the mating attack.
Right. So if black was a very good player, he would really think hard as to how to gain counterplay. And maybe black did a decent job here of playing queen a5 with the idea of queen b4.
Yes. After rook e8, I think this is the best he can look for.
What else he can do?
Because rook e8 has also stopped his ideas. He has brought down his counter-attacking ideas.
Yes. One more interesting fact is, because of the knight on d7, there is no bishop g4 to stop h5 like planned. So everything is working out for white perfectly. h5 and yeah, queen b4.
b4. G6, of course. Cannot take queen into b2. So
yeah,
h
queen
into
b2.
g6. There is g h7.
G h7, king h7, and
I don't think we need to look at it.
yeah,
so
maybe it's mate in
h g6, h g6, and long castle. So now these typical dragon ideas of bishop f8 and queen h6, queen h8 come into play, or rather bishop f8 and rook into h8 followed by queen h6.
Yes.
H1, which I mentioned during the live telecast, that they look very tempting.
The only problem here is the knight is still on d7, so he takes back knight into f8.
Yeah, in spite of that, stopping the mate on h8 would be difficult. So after bishop f8, knight f8, rook into h8, king into h8, queen h6 check, king g8, and rook h1. And the mate on h8 becomes difficult to stop. So
Maybe
black would have to play
f6,
f6,
yeah.
and then you have to look if there exist any ideas of e5 or knight g5. But yeah, that is a bit risky.
So that's
So
why
white can just wait with this threat because the problem for black is it's his queen is on b4, which cannot do anything without the support of its pieces. And if you try to get the support of your pieces, of course, the knight on d7 is the only real piece that can come to support with b6. And if then you go with knight b6, you always have this idea of bishop f8. So just keep a watch on that idea and wait for it.
So look at the funny picture here. If knight doesn't move, no piece can come into the attack. And if the knight moves, bishop f8 comes. So black is all tied up.
Yes, black is stuck.
But he tries a very interesting idea to take here. And maybe a queen takes c3 would be just not so brave. Pawn takes is fine. Check king b1 and knight b6.
Yeah, I think white has already seen that black has only one counterplay, knight b6, and I think the white player who's a grandmaster must have already looked at bishop f8
right
before he took bc3.
Yeah, and as I said, Wei Yi is the youngest player in the world to have reached 2600 at an age of I think around 14 odd years. So he was the youngest player at that time. Maybe he still is. And in the recently concluded World Cup in Tromsø in 2013, he beat Shirov, I think Nepomniachtchi in the first round and Shirov in the second round, only to lose to Mamedyarov in round 3. So this guy is a huge talent, and he had seen, I think, this move.
Definitely, yes,
And yeah, otherwise it was too risky to go for this. And f6, as we saw, is the only move. And here there was a brilliant win for white, starting with rook h8, king h8, queen h6. Oh, sorry, that's a mate.
King f7.
King f7 is the only way. And then you give this knight g5, amazing check. He has no square. F g5, queen into g5, and that position is mate. And okay, you can check it out on your own. Knight a4 is an idea, but you will get mated after rook h7.
Yes, because after rook h7, what happens is if king into f8, then white simply has queen h6 check and queen g7 mate.
Right.
And if black goes king e6, then white has rook into e7, rook takes e7, queen takes e7 check. The e4 pawn is controlling d5 and f5,
yes.
And this is a typical mating pattern.
Right.
So what did you see for rook h8, king f7, knight g5, f g5, queen g5, queen into c3? What was seen at that point?
Maybe why not again rook h7? I mean, what difference does it make?
Is the queen controlling any important squares, or is it still over? Yeah, I think even after rook h7, after king into f8, there is queen h6, king g8, queen into g6,
yes.
king f8, and queen f7. Right? So I think that was a brilliant win, and we would have expected it from NEA. Probably that is the reason that after playing a couple of moves, he went into very long thought, and I just had a look. He thought for almost an hour.
Yeah.
After this, he must be really ruined. I mean, it must be that he wasted this opportunity.
Maybe he saw this idea after he made his move.
And it happens quite often at a higher level. Masters and grandmasters think the position is completely winning, go for an idea that they think is done, and suddenly there is a defense that black has, and then you go a couple of moves behind in your mind, and you see, oh, what did I do? How did I miss this? Probably that was the reason he took an hour.
Right. And okay, after this, the game went on for another, I don't know how many more moves where he was, I guess, on the brink of a draw.
Yeah.
But finally, the result shows 1-0, so he has managed to win the game.
Let us go to the position where he was an exchange up, a few moves ahead, and just finish it. Knight g5, h5. So he still continued an attack, is it?
Yeah.
At this point, I saw that he was having 10 minutes, and his opponent was having around 1 hour.
Okay. And still, knight a4 is a threat. So
yeah. So he just managed to continue the attack.
Wow. Is this like the short, famous game of short where the
Niger
king
short.
goes for a walk?
Yeah.
Very
Only thing is,
surprising.
yeah, the Black King doesn't have a great future. Like in that game, it's gone into passive position now with the pawn on e7. And let's just count the material. White has
Yeah, he has 3 pawns for a
three
piece.
pawns for 2 pieces, is it?
No, 1 piece. Yes, there's
Yeah,
a
one
bishop
piece,
on
three
f8,
pawns for 1 piece, and with the pawn on e7 and the king exposed on a6, he just has to get rid of this knight a4 idea. But since queen a5 checkmate is there, it has stopped already, and I think this position is winning. When he continued to win after 40 moves,
Yes.
he tried to simplify it by
Yeah,
going
maybe,
into the end game.
maybe
yeah.
he will just start pushing the pawn. So,
Yeah, so
I
that's
guess we had a wonderful day one, and I hope that you enjoyed our coverage. There were a few technical flaws. It was the first day, and so I hope that we will come back, and we are going to come back tomorrow and have a good session.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, and looking for some more exciting games from these young players. That is the strength and the beauty of the junior championship. We are going to see a lot of exciting games.
Yes, and the time is 2:30 p.m.
Yes,
tomorrow.
Indian time, 2:30 p.m.
Okay.